Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! So, these torn clothes will get in the way, we need to put them away, I said the future actions out loud. No, maybe it's not worth it. She didn't have time to finish. One clone created a camouflage barrier and I removed these rags. And then I saw her body, it was all covered in scars. I wanted to ask a question. How did she answer? It's because of my chakra, they drink it through a bite and are treated. Others, I can't do it fully, she answered weakly. I understood and shushed her that she realized and stopped opening her mouth again. One question, nod if yes, if no, blink, do you want to get rid of them? I asked, pointing to the scars. She nodded, hesitantly, weakly, but she nodded, and I, without wasting time, continued to apply fuin to the entire area of the body. With one eye I saw her face, she was embarrassed and turned the color of her hair. I tried not to pay attention to it and just tried as quickly as possible to draw a fuin design for the whole body. 10 minutes later it was all over. Without wasting a second I activated it. The chakra began to circulate, healing the most difficult areas, but I myself, through the recently hastily learned Irene seal, began to send after me with my chakra, trying to somehow help. After a couple of tens of minutes, I finished, since I myself was sure that nothing was in danger for her. Having printed out the clothes from the press, I tried them on for her, it seemed to be just right. Through her awkwardness and rapidly reddening face again, I dressed her in a nice outfit. In general, a white style closer to gray, with a tab similar to a dark gray shirt, quite discreet but a good option. With the same color bottom, it seems to be very good. Having assessed the subject of my labors, I allowed myself to exhale and sit down next to him. Thank you, that means I will live? She asked hopefully. Of course, I also want to live, you know, I answered slightly jokingly. In terms of? She asked incomprehensibly. How can I explain it to you? My sister knows about you, and if, because I couldn't save you, you die, then I will die too, but from her hand, I said with a smile. She blushed again, but didn't say anything else, just nodded. It's not that I'm some kind of, or that you as a member of my clan are unimportant to me, on the contrary, just consider it a joke. After all, humor prolongs health, and as my sister says with it, everything is getting easier, I told her encouragingly, patting her head. Everything will be fine, tomato, don't worry, I said again jokingly. This one was even able to get offended and turn away, however, there was clearly no time for that now. Taking this person, who could not resist, in my arms and nodding to the clone, left the barrier. The same one dispelled it and a picture appeared before us. Several of my clones were healing Sasuke and had already finished with the white one. Well, the big guy woke up and apparently too, was already back to normal. Well, I brought you your red-headed princess here, I answered them, announcing my appearance. They looked at me as if at a new miracle of the shinobi world, but apparently quickly came to their senses. Approaching them and sitting her down next to her, and also taking a bottle from one clone and sealing it, I joined them. Why do you want it? The white man asked me, looking at my hands. What you should know is that this can make me stronger, that's all, I answered him. What's wrong with Sasuke? This big guy asked. He's tall, but only a little taller than me. The clone scattered, transmitting information. I lightly rubbed the bridge of my nose from it. Everything will be fine with her, relatively speaking, she got a godly blow, Karen suffered the most. I said, setting her down on the grass next to me, from which she only nodded gratefully. Ha, the red-headed one again, you're the one without. Before this white guy had time to finish, I found myself behind him. You shouldn't talk like that, about members of my clan, especially if you're a nobody yourself, and remember, your water genome won't save you. I know at least 3 ways to kill you, I said directly into his ear. He jumped back, even apparently cowardly from fear. This big guy apparently was about to step in when Sasuke spoke up. Stop, he's right, you shouldn't give rise to disagreements, you're a team, or whatever, she said in one breath. Apparently, these two calmed down, especially the last one, and followed the advice of their captain. How is she? She nodded to Karen. Karen, everything is fine, it will be like a cucumber in about a couple of days, tomorrow it will be just much better, I answered her, specifically highlighting the girl's name. Sasuke, for some reason, even slightly twisted her face, in a way that was both scary and funny, although, rather, it was the latter. You may well be on your feet tomorrow, but it also takes almost 2 days for complete recovery, I said, not allowing silence to fall. And what should we do? Then we need to at least stop somewhere, for this, but where? Asked this horseradish. Who are you? Maybe he called himself, me, you obviously know, but I don't know you too, I still said forcedly, well, I don't like such individuals, except for my little sister, but that's different. Ah, well, I'm Suigetsu, this white scarecrow said. And you can call me Yugo, this big guy answered. So we met, however, and now about the weather, I said looking at the sky. I began to think, assessing the situation, had their mother taken them? I really wanted to ask how Karen got ahead of me. This is not far from the border of the country of lightning, as it were, Karen said. How did she understand what I wanted to ask? But it doesn't matter. Okay, we need to come up with something, no ideas about where to stop. I asked them. They shook their heads, and I just sighed, it's bad. Thinking about this, I decided to summon the clones again and send them to look for a suitable place. Well, then, you and I will sit here, for now, until my clones find a place, and then we'll see, I said. The rest had nothing to answer to this, so they just sat down and sat in silence. For the time being, everything was calm, but after that, Karen's stomach began to growl, and I almost hit myself on the spelt. In such a situation with such blood loss, it is imperative to follow a regimen so that food, including food, is restored. I only had time to think. The girl herself blushed greatly, apparently from embarrassment since she was next to me at that moment. I just exhaled and opened the sealed food. You never know what will happen, situations like this, and yet, it happened. Whoever wants to eat, help yourself, Karen, this primarily applies to you, you have lost a lot of blood, and your body is weakened, you need to follow the regime, I told her instructively, seeing that she wanted to disown. You, Sasuke, too, even though you're in better condition, you shouldn't play proud, I responded to almost similar actions. The guys, apparently, were on the sidelines, that's why they immediately almost ran into the food. In this arrangement, a couple of hours of measured time passed, without any special pressure from any side. However, at one point, my clone disappeared after transmitting the information. So, guys and girls, my clone found one place, although it's a little far away, about 20 kilometers, I said. They almost gasped at such a radius, but remained silent. And how do we, after all, well, Karen wanted to start here, but she hesitated as soon as I glanced at her. And here's how, I said, taking her in my arms. Because of this, she even squealed, albeit quietly. Suigetsu was about to neigh when Sasuke simply cracked him, so much so that he did not have time to turn into water. Now, come here, everyone, I said. They clearly did not understand why, however, after a few seconds they still carried out the order. As soon as I took everyone's hands, I concentrated on the mark and took us to it. Once at the entrance of the cave, everyone ate. This is where we are. VA.E said Suigetsu, looking around. 20 kilometers from the place where we were 5 seconds ago, I answered him with Karen in my arms, walking into the cave. The remaining clones had also already dispersed. Having received data from a successful clone. Karen, again, looked like a tomato from such treatment, but otherwise, it's impossible, after all. Having entered and looked around, I put it on the floor with the flooring. Apparently, someone had once stayed here, but a very long time ago. Having created clones, I sent them for brushwood and material for edging the fire. The rest of the team, little by little, came inside, still slightly awed by what was happening. A couple of hours later. We had already lit a fire, the time was clearly approaching evening, and the sun was already setting. We sat by the fire and talked, and just got to know each other. Basically, I said nothing special, just dry information, nothing particularly important. Essentially, it was about his life before death, but that was enough. Until the conversation reached one topic. Karen, where did you get those scars all over your body? No, I understand, on your hands, I asked. She just drooped and did not want to answer clearly. I realized that I had touched something wrong and decided to apologize in advance. I understand, it's none of my business and it's not worth, about. Before I could finish speaking, she interrupted. No. Everything is fine, this is the past, but I don't really want to remember it, Karen said. What could happen there that would bring her to this state? I thought. I lived with my mother in the village of grass. Dad, he died early. I don't even remember him like that, only in parts. My mother, she, like me, was just a healing battery. They treated her like, she couldn't stand it and cried. Realizing that everything was going in one place, I just ended up next to her and hugged her, stroking her head and calming her down. A few minutes later, she continued her monologue. Thank you, in general, later, and my mother died because of the way she was treated, and I saw her, she again did not finish, going into hysterics. Having calmed her down as best I could, I laid her next to me, stroking her head, plucking up courage again, she continued. In general, then I was used in the same way, but after, at the Genin exam, I met Sasuke, my first and only friend, then she saved me, but after that, I did not reach the tower. Orochimaru took me, she said. He was not so bad overall, much better than in the village, but still not the same. Later, Sasuke killed him and took me to the team, something like this. She finished the story, not such a big one, but obviously difficult for her. Again, I held her in my arms and she didn't cry anymore. She didn't have time, only one word came out of her mouth, thank you. Later, switching to a more positive wave, we began to talk about different things, and again, learning more about each other. After some time, I had to check on Sasuke and Karen, and if the first one blushed, but slightly, then the second one clearly even surpassed the state of the tomato before. However, nothing significant, both were on the mend, they would soon be as good as new. That's how we spent the evening, and soon after we had eaten again we all decided to go to the side. After some time, I almost fell asleep, but I heard rustling sounds. No. Don't come, don't, Mom, no, it was clearly Karen. Poor girl, she also went through a lot. This, at her age then, is an imprint for life, and her scars. I was even overcome with anger. Earlier I tried to restrain it and I needed to calm her down, but now. Someday, these clown will pay, scum. I won't allow him to treat his family like this, I thought as I got to my feet. Approaching her, I gently shook her and she woke up. She was stunned with teary eyes. She looked around the area until she saw me. I just sat down next to her and embraced her, saying, everything is fine, this is already in the past, it's just a dream, forget it, everything is fine, I said while stroking her silky scarlet hair. And again, surprisingly, she quickly calmed down but was in no hurry to disentangle herself from the embrace. Thank you very much, I don't know what I would do and, she didn't have time to finish, I just poked her in the forehead. Although you can treat Itachi differently, but he loved his family, even though he chose something else. However, I remembered this gesture forever. Karen, on the contrary, did not understand anything. If anything, this is one important gesture, just don't think about Sasuke, but it means that you are like family to me, and important to me, I finished smiling. She blushed but did not answer, trying to fall asleep again. I decided to stay nearby, until that moment, in order to shield her from bad thoughts before bed. When she fell asleep again, I went to my room. Well, what should we do? With Sasuke, it will obviously be dangerous for her in the future. However, my sister, she would obviously be of the same opinion, but until I take her, where is Karen? I thought these thoughts. It all comes down to the world of summoning, where I will end up in a few days. Well, after that, apparently everything will be clear, especially, it depends on the time, that I will stay there, I thought. And if anything, then there's a mark, I'll feel it. Earlier I was only guided by the fact that streams of chakra were flowing through it, and not hitting the signal directly at it, so I would have heard it on the other side of the world, I thought. By the way, they'll have to give them a beating for this tomorrow, by the way, I thought. In general, you need to become stronger, and if time flows faster in that world, which happens, in some worlds, it's only a plus, and that's what you need, I thought as I was already falling asleep. Well, tomorrow, we'll continue, but for now, sleep, was the last thought in my head. I woke up, surprisingly everyone was still asleep first, even Karen, however she was peaceful in her sleep. After examining the area, I decided to go away for a while to warm up and train, creating a clone. When I get back, I'll eat, and they'll get up at the same time. Having decided that, I went outside a little further, so as not to wake up everyone here, having placed a camouflage barrier in advance. Let Karen get some sleep, she's a sensor, so she can wake up almost 100%, I thought. Having done the job and leaving the clone, I went further away. A couple of hours later. When I returned, I found that everyone had already gotten up. Well, good morning, I said, dispelling the clone and removing the barrier. And why is this even necessary? Sasuke asked with a narrowed eye. You know, I'm training, and you're still sleeping, and among you, there's one tired censor that needs rest, I said with an obvious hint. The named censor himself was very embarrassed but did not answer anything, and the others apparently took this answer for granted. But then, I added a small connection to them, namely, Sasuke and Karen. The most important thing is that she didn't teach her what I was talking about, and the second, weak, but so as not to relax. Having dealt with this and making a plan for the future, I decided to check the girls. In general, yesterday's situation was repeated, but there was clearly progress. Sasuke may return to normal before tomorrow morning, but Karen, perhaps, before the day after tomorrow. I voiced this to them in general, and then added. So, in general, everything is not bad, I'll sit with you for a few more hours, and later, based on the results, I'll send me off, and we've been waiting so long, I answered vaguely. Naruto, Karen called me. Yes? What did you want? Karen, I asked her. Could you, teach the Fuina a little, she barely said the last thing, so I almost didn't hear her. In general, it's possible, you, as a member of my clan, have the right to claim his knowledge, and I'll even leave it, however, then I'll need to protect it, I answered vaguely. Well, if you want, let's go, there's still time, maybe I'll explain the base and leave the necessary material, I answered with a half-turn, heading into the cave. Yes, Karen wailed, rushing after me. Oh, and the Uzumaki got on my head, but I myself am he. I reached a dead end. Having found a comfortable place, we sat down, I took out the necessary equipment from the Fuin seal and placed it next to it. Karen clearly watched this action, but as soon as she opened and closed her mouth, I even smiled. "Shut your mouth, otherwise a fly will fly in," I answered instructively, covering her mouth. This read Uzumaki muttered, in the literal sense. Okay, it's time for fun, but time for business, I said the saying, on the contrary, pointing to the tome. "So, look, these are basic kanji, and they can be woven into blocks, but first, you need to study their basic meanings and appearance," I answered her, pointing to a certain material. She clearly listened to everything carefully and tried to remember. I think she will make a good student and a worthy Uzumaki, just like her little sister," I said, explaining the point to her. "Well, since you understand this, then let's move on to another." Several hours passed with such actions, at the end of which she was even able to create a simple seal, which she was as happy as an elephant and almost pounced on me. Fortunately, I stopped her in time, but it was time to leave soon, so I need to finish it. "So, now, I will seal in you the knowledge that you can and should learn first, and then, we'll see," I said, watching her eyes shine brighter than the stars. "Okay. I'll try, I won't let you down." Yarrow started hitting herself in the body, almost. I believe, calm down, Tomato, that's why I trust you," I said, starting to draw a seal on her shoulder. She just blushed again, this time, apparently, slightly from anger and resentment, but turned away with a snort. But, after a few seconds, we laughed, filling this stupid silence. After that, I continued to print her seal, which she watched with interest. Having completed the main backbone of the kanji and starting on the signal release ones, I said, "Now, feed the chakra into the seal circuit, evenly." I said it in one breath. Karen, however, was not at a loss and followed the order. Then, I continued to apply it. As I finished, I said, freely, from which she exhaled. "Now, we can seal something," I said, taking out a number of tomes and sorting them. This made her eyes pop out of her head, from the number of books. That's it, Fuan?" she asked in disbelief. In fact, not really, a lot about its application, and most of it, directly the educational material," I answered. Because of this, she jumped on me with joyful squeals and even knocked me down. A few moments later, it dawned on her what she had done and she blushed even more than before, but she did not, or could not, do anything. Maybe you can get off me?" I asked her, almost eye to eye. From this she suddenly jumped up and hit the floor, taking a couple of steps back. "I'm sorry. She tried to somehow justify herself. I just waved my hand, getting up and brushing myself off, picking up the volumes again. "Oh, forget it, nothing happened, right?" I asked. She just nodded, but still couldn't look up. After a while, having sealed what she needed, I taught her this herself. However, it was not difficult. Having already gotten ready, I wanted to leave, but first I advised the girls on what they should do and what they should do. Having left the food, I was about to say goodbye when they stopped me. "Naruto, and we'll see each other again, right?" This Tomato asked me, hugging me from the back. As if I have a sister, not in this, but in this, ugh, I thought. It's strange, lately I've been too limp, however, only in relation to my little sister, and perhaps this Uzumaki. After all, we are one family, and I'm not that crazy, I reasoned. However, if I lose my little sister, then, most likely, Madara will seem like just a genin compared to the Kage. I've gone into the wrong jungle as here. "Naruto?" the red-headed girl asked worriedly, taking a step back. Apparently. From the last thought, my chakra suddenly turned black, which scared her, I concluded. "Well, I don't know, but I think so, but in general, I have enough things to do, so I can't say exactly when," I voiced my thoughts. "In general." I left you food, gave you advice and even more, I concluded. And feeling the mark on Naruko, which I groped for about 5 minutes, I said. That's why, see you in white, I said goodbye to almost everyone, except one. Don't even think about humiliating a member of my clan again, I said, pressing down the dark key. This made him tremble, and without expecting an ending, I was transported to her. How I missed her, just in a day. Having moved, I found myself at one of the training grounds, but Naruko was not alone here. There was some old devil next to her, and I recognized him. It's that Sannin. Yours, as always, everything is through, that's all I had time to think. For a second I put on the chakra cast, because I could be spotted here. Without being distracted by anything, I created several clones but... However, my little sister quickly felt me turning around. And with a cry, "Brother," she ran towards me. Sannin and Adare didn't have time to do anything. Meanwhile, my clones managed to erect a small barrier. I grabbed her in my arms, spinning her slightly, but immediately lowering her back, hugging her at the same time. Well, my disguise, if this thing burns, however, I already did almost everything in Konoha, but here's my little sister, that's all I thought. At this time, the Sannin had already moved in and wanted to start acting. And Naruko understood this, and she began to block me. Stop, Jiraiya-san, don't even think about harming my brother. She was extremely serious. But... Naruko, you're not stupid and you understand that he is an enemy, this individual began. No, Jiraiya-san, you don't understand anything, Naruko, apparently already losing her temper. I was about to intervene, but then this white man said something that even I was shocked by. Naruko. I, as your godfather, can know better what is dangerous for your home village and what is not, he snapped. However, the heavy atmosphere became heavier by several orders of magnitude. Who? This, horseradish, Minato's former teacher, now dares to call himself godfather? And, where was this creature? With every thought, I became more and more angry. Rrrr, I let out a low growl and now, even despite the atmosphere, both turned their attention to me. You, what, just said, repeat, I made, apparently, such a request with such a voice that even Naruko was scared. I know better, and you're dangerous, you kill, he didn't have time to finish. I just activated the Rinnegan, from which, it was apparently in prostration and changed to one branch, ending up right next to him. Listen, you, nonentity, you dare to call yourself her godfather and mine, I said. He stopped moving, looking into my eyes. And, would you like to know where you were, all this time? I tilted my head to the side. When Naruko and I were beaten, when I, often grabbed her in the gateways, trying to save her, I continued. He even retreated a couple of steps, clearly in shock. When I, often didn't have enough to eat, in order to feed her, when I didn't have clothes, like mostly with her, even for her, when I could, in my condition. I stole, what to wear, I cut it off. Tears were already flowing from my sister's eyes. I'm sorry, but it's necessary, honey. When I finally went crazy, when I was slandered and driven completely and, when they killed me, where, you, were, with every word, I pressed more and more, approaching him. This is, information, collection, and you were fine too, this misunderstanding spoke more and more uncertainly. I really wanted to start a fight with him, just to kill him. Brother, please, don't stop, my son was crying. I was shocked like an electric shock, again. Because of me. Taking a couple of steps back, closing my eyes, inhaling and exhaling, I turned my back to him. Forgive me, little sister, you know. I didn't have time to finish, she jumped on me. Nothing, dear, I understand everything, and you forgive me. She whispered in my ear. Nothing, dear. I understand everything, just don't cry, or I won't stand it. I smiled at her, turning slightly, and when she saw this, she smiled at me. Naru. I need to finish, you know, I asked, patting her on the head. She did not answer anything, remaining silent. Apparently she agreed. Turning to the Sannin, who clearly understood nothing even more and did not take any action, I said. Trash, hey. You, I said. He reacted almost immediately by focusing his gaze on me. That's right, you. I don't care what happened, but firstly, don't you dare call yourself that title, you're nobody, and secondly, if something happens to her because of you, I'll kill her, everything and everyone that is dear to you, I answered calmly, but with a hint I turned back. I was about to transfer with Naruko when she stopped me. Jiraiya-san, don't just talk about him, or I'll stop putting you in anything, she said. I was sick of this, not weakly, but I just smiled like she did at me. Taking her hand, he moved us into the house. Jiraiya stood and looked at the training ground into the void, thinking about the whole essence of existence. She and I ended up in the house. As soon as this happened, I kissed her. She answered and we headed towards the sofa, knocking her over onto it. I climbed on top. We just lay there and moved our hands over each other's bodies, kissing. At one moment my hands began to walk over her chest and a moan came out of her mouth. I was so worried. You were gone for a whole day, what happened? She asked through caresses. Pulling back a little and pulling her towards me, hugging her, I began the story. During it, she either got scared or almost started crying and sometimes became indignant, but nothing special. Well, it's good that they are safe and in order, thank you, dear. She turned around and kissed me again, and I answered. Lemon content only in my Boosty-chan. In a few hours. Having replaced the clone on cover, poured more chakra into him, and after taking a slight rest, I went back to eat. Having finished this matter, half an hour later I went to training. Basically, I continued to hone the cube, while the clones took up the Katan and the Rinnegan, mainly mastering it and understanding the 6 paths, as well as seeing chakra. This is what all the time has been about. I returned home late in the evening. Having rested slightly, I ate and by that time my little sister even woke up. Wah, good evening, brother, she said, stretching out and hugging me from the back. Good, little sister, I said in a half-turn, merging with her in a kiss. Having dispersed a little, I again took her body in my hands, receiving a groan. But he decided to stop, which made her frown slightly. Well, why, did you stop, what is it? She asked dissatisfied. I just smiled, clicking her on the nose and answered. You know. I would really like it too, but playing with your body, it's nice, I think it's possible but later, but if we continued. Then it would lead to something else, and you aren't ready yet, I answered slightly mockingly but instructively. She responded to this, she just smiled slightly awkwardly and looked away. Sorry. I just, well, she tried to find the words, but I stopped her. Everything is fine, son. I've already said this and I'll repeat it, when you're ready, then we'll talk, but for now, I'll wait, I answered, going up to her and hugging her, placing my chin on her head. She just smiled, stroking my hand and said. Thank you. We spent this evening together, we fooled around a lot and there were a couple of funny moments. They even somehow decided to play a prank on the residents, but, why not? They put on a henge, me, the dead and headless third, aka Minato, who was chasing me, trying to kill me, oil painting. We had a lot of fun and it was already past midnight, but there was no point in losing sleep and I was tired. So we returned home and, breaking the eating schedule, went to bed. Naru, good night honey, this was probably the most fun day of my life, she said with a smile. Heh. I understand, playing pranks on the local, your, residents is a lot of fun, I said, almost swearing. But Naruko noticed this, tapping her on the nose and saying, even though that's true, but don't swear. Having accepted her rules, I just smiled and kissed her on the nose. "Well, I think I still won't fall asleep, although I slept a little," she said. "If you want, don't go to bed." "I'll sleep myself, however, but try to follow the regime. I need a healthy sister," I said. PFFF. And then, she poked me in the body. "Well, that's why I'm a stupid little brother," I said with a laugh. She just smiled and patted my head, her eyes full of concern. "Yes, you are my beloved stupid little brother and I can't leave you alone," she said as she kissed my forehead and lay down next to me. "Good night, brother," she said, laying her head on my body. "Good night, sister," I answered her, stroking her head and along her hair. We lay there, basking in each other's company, until we fell asleep. I woke up early, as did Naruko apparently. She just lay on my chest and looked at me. "Good morning, honey," she said, reaching out and kissing me. "Good, my sunshine," I answered her, grabbing her and pulling her into a kiss again. After slightly teasing each other, we got out of bed and went about our business. A couple of hours later, we trained at the training ground. I tried to master Hiration. There wasn't much progress yet, however, the clones said that there was success. Regarding intangibility, they tried to reduce chakra consumption as much as possible, adjusting this genome and often dissipating due to failures. Others trained Katan, but I trained chakra and cube the old-fashioned way. Sitting in the lotus position and concentrating my chakra, I again tried to materialize the cube. This time, it was only the size of 2 heads, but, by the way, it had the same amount of chakra. Soon, I'll compact it down to a fist, and then I'll build up chakra and try to maintain the size, I thought. At the same time, I was keeping an eye on my little sister. She was practicing the hermit mode, which she had already completely mastered. She looked impressive in it. Taking her clones and borrowing mine, she sparred with them. It was interesting. I even wanted to copy some of her movements. Several hours passed at this pace until someone began to approach us. Apparently, someone from Konoha, otherwise, I wouldn't have felt it. "Naru, someone is coming here. I will remove the barriers and disappear. When everything passes, call me," I answered her, disappearing into space. As soon as I was in the room, I received memories from the dispelled clones that they removed the barrier. For some reason, I had a bad feeling that she might go on a mission again, and we wouldn't normally say goodbye, but for some reason, I didn't want to believe it. Having tried to pull myself together, I decided for now to study fusion seals and blocks tied to retention isolation, or vacuum bags, as well as fusion, and maybe something else that I have not yet seen useful. Having calmed down, I printed out the necessary volumes and sat down at the table to understand this matter. Half an hour later there were the first results. Here is one of the necessary seals. In general, merging is one of the components that may be needed. It's worth writing out it and adjacent blocks, I thought. Taking a separate empty scroll, I began to rewrite this information. Once finished, I continued reading and searching for the kanji, seals, and blocks I needed. After a lot of time, I found most of them, and since I now have Uchiha flesh, creating and generally working with such a seal makes sense. Well, it's interesting what will come of this, but for now, I don't even know. There's nothing special to do, I thought, putting this scroll aside and sealing everything one by one. Some time later. It was already evening, late. I'm worried about her. But I'm sure that she's fine, but how and where? Before I had time to think about it, I felt her mark. She gave chakra. Without wasting a second, I moved to her and found myself at home. She stood with her back to me, head down, and this made my heart sank. I walked up to her and hugged her, kissing her temple and stroking her hair with one hand. "Honey. I'm here. What happened? Who was it?" I asked quietly but insistently. "I'm not sure of anything, but you never know." She didn't answer anything, she just hung her head, which only made me angrier. "Naru," I had just said something when she interrupted me. "I Tomorrow I'm leaving early for a mission, far away, something related to reconnaissance, adjacent to team number 10, some kind, Mount Sumazan, this is somewhere near grass, she spoke. I fell out of space. I won't be able to spend the last days with her. Before leaving, I was very sad and hurt by this, and also scared, for her that she is leaving, she remains in the village for now, and also, on a mission you never know, and grass, remembering Karen. Apparently everything was more clearly reflected on my face, that's why Naruko smiled with the edges of her lips, luring me back into an embrace and turning around. Everything will be fine. I'm also sad that I won't be able to stay with you, and leave until, she emphasized the last word. But I would really like, with you, I'm truly happy, so, I'll wait for you, don't worry so much about me, dear, I'm not weak, and you won't be so distracted in world of calling, she said rubbing my cheek, sometimes looking into my eyes. I just smiled forcedly, exhaling internally, although everything was bad, but not as bad as I had already imagined. No. Honey, not only am I upset that we won't be able to spend more time, I'm worried about you. Willow and this mummy, too. He knows what else, and the grass, you never know, I said responding to her caresses and looking into her eyes. She wanted to ask something, but she fell silent, or changed her mind, or found the answer herself. If something happens, I will immediately provide chakra, as you taught me, can you feel it, even in the world of summoning? She asked, pulling away slightly. I thought, in general, I must, if I unevenly and chaotically supply chakra in large proportions to the area of the seal, I will feel it on the other side of the world, and even more so in the world of summoning. I think so, but the chakra will need to be supplied chaotically, and a lot, many times more, well, 7 times per unit, perhaps, I told her in response to the question. She just thought funny and nodded after a moment, apparently confirming that she had mastered this information. I just looked at her trying to remember every point of her, as if I wouldn't see her for at least a year, although I was planning to leave for just a couple of months, just. Apparently I was thinking a lot, because she came up again and hugged me. Brother, don't be sad, this makes me sad too, this week was the best in my life, and I'm very, very glad that we are together, in every sense, she blushed hiding in my shoulder, it was very funny and incredibly cute. I patted her on the head, which only made her press harder against me, but not for long. Having loosened the embrace, a minute later she looked into my eyes again. And, because I will miss you too, but you will come back and we will be together again, right? This son asked me. I just nodded, trying to drive away all the bad thoughts, to which she smiled. Because, come on, it's our last evening for this time, we'll make the most of it and won't be sad, so that we can remember it before we meet, she suggested, taking my hand. I just succumbed to her influence and put my hand in while leaving her. No matter what we did and how we fooled around, our last trick with the film adaptation of The Rising Dead was clearly now a flower. But before that, I still sealed everything that I considered necessary into it, the reaction was about the same as Karen's, but more. Violent. However, I am only glad of this, trying to distract myself, I only concentrated on her. Having explained everything about the safety of this knowledge and how to print it, in a couple of hours, she was already doing it at a decent level. Having finished with this, we decided to continue our evening and night, so that to the end. Under the henge, we were so desperate, that even the most ardent jokers would probably turn over in their graves. They even somehow decided to parody Hashirama and Mito, fortunately I found her photo on Yuzushio. And then, all this rotten Konoha saw the rebel Hashirama and Mito, almost engaging in obscenity in public. Even the ANBU were chasing us, clearly trying to catch us. But then, she'll get in trouble, they'll think that her clones are all that, and not 2 people, I thought. At one point I voiced my thoughts to her, she just laughed, saying that these wouldn't do anything to her, Bachan wouldn't allow it. So, spending the whole evening partying and running away, we returned back, breaking away from the chase. Having finished with everything and going to bed, my thoughts were about everything. Lying in bed, all the worries and thoughts that I had blocked out came back to me. Even Naruko, who was lying in her underwear on my chest, was clearly thoughtful. I was about to go all out when her voice pulled me out. "Naru, no need," I asked, although I myself can't completely isolate myself from this, she drawled, drawing me into a kiss. Such a drastic change in the situation, especially contrasting with her words, made me faint. But moving away, she didn't let me say a word, starting her speech. There was a lemon scene again. Uncle YouTube asks you to watch lemon content in my Boosty channel. In a hugging position with our head on our chest, we fell into our common sleep. I woke up, alone. Naruko was no longer there, even the bed next to me did not remember her warmth. I was about to sink into the blues, but then I remembered yesterday and the evening. Little sister, I promise I'll try to focus less on this, only, and only for your sake, I thought with a smile as I stood up. Getting up as usual, I went to warm up while thinking about plans. That means I relaxed too much, yes, even though I spent all the time with my sister and even trained, hard training. I gave up, but I didn't forget, though, I thought as I stretched my limbs with weights. We need to add half at once, or even a little more, up to 5 kilograms, and after the world of conscription, it must be 2.5 tons, that's the only way, I thought. Hiraishin and Fuin are a priority, genome training and chakras too, Susanoo and experiments with a piece of flesh, let's put it off until later, I decided. I decided to start with weights and began to add them. From the beginning, I will use chakra, to simplify, but gradually remove them, I need to increase the pace. With such thoughts and actions, I started the day, outlining the coming days with training and their completion before departure from this village. 3 more days later. So, I'm leaving this place, all I have to do is go in and complete my cover, leaving here. If anything, I placed a mark during recent training 20 kilometers from here, I thought. Stopping at the Hokage's office, I waited to be let inside. About 10 minutes later, a visitor came out. I recognized him, one of the elders, not a mummy. Nothing, someday, you will pay a lot for everything you've done, and your sins. I know, I thought, looking at him. He, apparently sensing something, turned around, but I was already looking at the door as I walked towards it. Having approached and knocked, having received an answer, I went inside. Approaching the center of the room, I said. Good afternoon, Tsunade-san, it's me, Wave Kurome. 2 weeks ago, I came to this village and left documents with you, you signed, here's the pass. I said, placing this item near her. She took a break from her work and looked at him, nodded at something, took out a folder and asked. Well, how do you like Konoha? We saw a lot, it's just that sometimes there are precedents, she asked without finishing the sentence. But this is strange, okay, the first question, the usual procedure, but the second. Well, how can I say, there were a number of things that I saw and many places that I visited, I started by talking a little about them. Apparently, that I went along one of the paths, she didn't interrupt, she didn't say, she just analyzed, but after all, she is Hokage and in general, this is not part of her authority. Something is unclean here, is it really some kind of check or something? I thought. After I briefly outlined what I knew, there was silence. However, it did not last long, she looked out the window and then looked away. This is all interesting, of course, but about some things, visitors don't talk like that, those who were here once can speak like that, she spoke calmly, but seriously. That's not bad, they figured me out, but I didn't think that this would happen exactly like this, I thought the first thought. However, that's why she's Hokage, and even more so a Sannin, and that's all not for her pretty eyes, I finished, making up a smile. However, Perhaps from the outside it looked like a grin, and perhaps it was. "Well, who are you? Orochimaru?" she asked, already getting up from her seat. I just sharply folded a string of seals that concentrated the chakra into a pair of body parts, Fuin, instantly creating a simple barrier to suppress penetration and hide the chakra and appearance. Smiling, I calmly walked up to the window, looking out of it, feeling the ANBU and who knows who else was breaking through the barrier. And quickly, they worked. However, you can't say anything, however, they can hack this, but I definitely have 5 minutes left, I thought, looking out the window. No, Tsunade-san, you didn't guess, and we, in general, don't know each other, only in absentia, I began vaguely. She wanted to immediately enter into battle, but she was so shy. Of course, a potential enemy is so careless, this is clearly not easy. "And who are you?" she asked the question again, now somehow confused. "Well, we can get acquainted," I said, removing the hinge on the seal and putting away the cast. I stood in front of her, half turning. At first, she didn't recognize me, but later she apparently reacted. "So, it's you," she was apparently ready for battle again. "That's right, it's just me, and thank you for looking after Naruko. In general, I'm very grateful to you for that, and this embarrassment," I nodded, showing space with my hand. "You can immediately blame it on me, and it's consequences for everything too, just don't drag it in. She's already grabbed it in the last days, partly because of me." I allowed myself to let out a laugh. She again fell into some kind of languor, never emerging from it. However, to give her credit, after a few seconds, she pulled herself together. "But, after all, you wanted to kill her before, and you killed the daimyo and almost 60 people, she spoke with pressure, but incomprehensibly. Kill, I said this myself, confused, still remembering this incident. Still, if you look at it like this, it happened, but the essence of it and the background, especially the fact that it was me who was attacked, pissing me off, and my condition earlier could not be called out, stable, I laughed. Daimyo, and why are you calm, are you not mad? She asked, embarrassed, having already sat back in the chair, or rather, fallen into it. I just looked out the window again, breaking eye contact. How can I say, you don't know a lot, about many people, including your former daimyo, I said, highlighting this word. And what about, madness, in general? Yes, however, nothing passes without a trace. In battles, it's as if I become free. One even told me that if I were an Uzumaki, he would say that I am Madara's great-grandson, I said with a chuckle, remembering Obito's words. Tsunade also giggled at this. Imagining this picture, however, we don't have time. In general, I apologize for this, for everything, and the masquerade, it was necessary. I was able to spend at least 2 weeks with her, thank you, I said again, turning to her. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. That is, all this time her disappearances, these pranks, she began to understand something. Yes, however, this could be immediately understood, I smiled in a half-turn again. But I decided to end this tirade, because I felt that the barrier was almost broken. In general, what I wanted to say, she trusts you, don't let down this trust, otherwise here will seem like heaven, I said seriously and with coldness, removing all the warmth. She even hesitated, but nodded after a few seconds. Then, see you later, Tsunade-san, I said, moving to the preset mark. Finally, noting that along with this, it seems, at the same time, the barrier has fallen. Finding myself outside of Konoha, I exhaled, well, I'm leaving, with all the colors. After catching my breath slightly, I decided to find some shelter, ideally a cave. For this, I went further, to the north, closer to the so-called waterfall country. An hour later, I was already passing by a mountainous area and stopped creating clones. Having created and given instructions, I sat down on the nearest boulder, starting to think about my own things. Well, there are a lot of problems, and a lot of questions have accumulated, but what else? I stubbornly could not understand what was missing. Until it suddenly dawned on me. Obito, it's really worth warning you about your leg and finding out more about everything. I thought about this only while concentrating on his seal. A couple of minutes later, he appeared and was clearly unhappy. You didn't even let me sleep, and I was just getting back from a mission. He muttered displeasedly. I just chuckled, sitting down on a boulder. He apparently realized that the conversation would be long, too. Remember, you left me scrolls, and we also discussed this a little, the world of summoning? I asked him. He apparently didn't understand anything from the beginning. They say, so what? And then, it dawned on him. So you're leaving right now? He asked me, already walking away a little. That's right, in a couple of hours, I think I'll find a normal place for an anchor, I answered him. He apparently nodded to this and began to think, as did I. Listen, I said after a couple of minutes of silence. What do you have there, about the tailed ones, and in general? I asked. He just waved his hand, saying yes. You already answered. Naya, full, 3 of them were sealed, but there's a break for now, you see, they don't have enough money, and even this thing. Uzumaki too. He said, apparently not paying attention to something important. However, I was not so petty, however, from the word in general. What you said? I asked him, slightly sad. Yes, it's like nothing, just this one, Pain, with his dolls, Nagato is his leg, Obito swore. For me, the picture came together. Nagato is an Uzumaki and he also has a Rinnegan, but not his, but Madara's. It took root, even in childhood, now it's clear why. Obito, you didn't say that Nagato is an Uzumaki, then? He asked, or rather, I became furious with him. He just hesitated, but then it dawned on him. Didn't I say that? Oh. Is this important? He asked, not looking askance, but like a real fool. I tried to calm down and count to 10, it helped. Yes, it's important, he's an Uzumaki, like me and my sister, and Karen too, I answered him, moving away slightly. He just pulled out this. Oh, who is this? Another girl? What are you doing, starting a harem? Sasuke is not enough for you, and maybe, he didn't finish as I roared. Shut your mouth, you're generally a defective Uchiha, it's not for you to decide what I am and who I'm with, and in general the very essence of this, I looked at him, with an animal's pupil and Rinnegan. He was clearly embarrassed, apparently realizing that he had clearly touched the wrong thing. And in general, in the future, don't even think about hiding such details, I understand. I finished. He just nodded and mumbled something, but did not answer. And in general, how did they capture 2 more? I asked, calming down a little after a couple of minutes. Well, actually, they sent me on a mission of the left, they don't have enough money, and these over there are for Jinchuriki. Half an hour later. During this time, we discussed everything and he apologized and said that in future he would watch his language. I just waved my hand at this, supposedly forgiving him, for which he was even grateful. Well, even though he's an idiot, but he's not a bad person, maybe one day I'll call you brother, Obito, I thought in my mind as I said goodbye to him. After saying goodbye, he disappeared into the kamui, and I, concentrating on the mark that the clone left, was transported to the cave. Once there, I looked around. In general, there was nothing remarkable, but it would do if anything happened. Gathering my thoughts, I decided to draw several barriers, so that if something happens, I will have to return back battered, so that it will be safe. Having dealt with this matter, inside and during this, deciding to put something like this around the perimeter, I went outside. Dividing the chakra evenly into 5 clones, I gave them tasks. We made it through. An hour later, the clones scattered, and I returned to the cave. Deciding to rest, I printed out the food and had a snack. 2 hours later I made up my mind. After making the seals and biting through the pad of my finger, I used the summoning technique, without a contract. I found myself on a plane, but nothing special. It doesn't look much like Konoha, but it's also problematic to call it Suna. Having figured out where I found myself, I decided to scan the area. After completing this procedure, I did not find anyone nearby, which indicated the relative safety of the call and gave me hope for it. Having finished with the orientation of the area, I headed forward. 10 minutes later, I came out onto a vacant lot that stretched into the horizon. However, somewhere there were mountains. This place is strange, however, but I feel that I should go there. With this thought, I continued my journey into the unknown, into studying the world of summoning. Wandering towards the rock on the horizon, I was thinking. There were a lot of thoughts in my head. It's strange, usually different cases were described, either they end up immediately with summoned creatures, and everything is fine, or, in an unviable area and there is a chance to survive, can be extremely low, I thought as I walked forward. Right here, neither this nor that, and this is terribly strange, something is clearly wrong here. I put my hand on my chin, kneading it, as if this would give the answer. For such thoughts, I walked further, until I heard a sound, or a squeak, but as if it was a 10-meter bird, or, no less rubbish. Looking up at the source, I noticed an object in the sky that clearly made this sound. Which, at that very second, began to dive, right at me. And here come the answers, but again, neither one nor the other, I thought, dispersing the chakra through the channels. In a matter of seconds, I was ready. I even unhooked the weights with chakra flows, immediately feeling light. Using intangibility, I let this attack pass through me. As a result, a crater appeared 20 meters around, still emitting radon. I managed to make out the object, a huge bird 5 meters tall, maybe more reminiscent of a falcon. Without hesitating, I rushed back, loading my hand with as much radon as possible. From such a huge pupils of birds, they became just like saucers. When I found myself nearby, I hit the carcass, but missed. This huge thing managed to take off. I jump using chakra and hit it straight in the body. I pierce her sternum, and hear a strong squeak, but she sharply drives the lightning through herself again. Becoming intangible, I fall, forming a small crater due to chakra. Looking up, I notice that the bird is now wounded. But it concentrates everything and concentrates the lightning. Bam, and the stream rushes towards me along with it. Without thinking for a second, I form the horse seal, also concentrating all the chakra I can for this technique. The wall of radon collides with katan, again, and again. My katan is stronger. Outwardly it certainly looked strong, blue fire colliding with a stream of lightning in the air, at an angle, from two opponents. My katan won, and the bird flew straight into him. I only managed to interrupt the flow. You never know, suddenly, after all, it's not worth killing her. But nevertheless, now she was severely burned, it was clear that she did not want to give up. Then I used the Rinnegan, and exchanged with one of her falling feathers and jumped onto the mane, sticking with chakra and again creating a bolt of lightning in my hand. Maybe if you're reasonable, that's enough? Now, with one blow, I can probably kill you, I said, holding my hand almost close to her neck. She just looked at me in a half-turn, but later made some kind of sound. If she were a person, I obviously would have decided that it was an indignant snort. Okay, the creature, you won, but don't think that I'm giving up. Who are you and what do you need here? It spoke for the first time in all this time. Wow, a talking 5-meter bird, it's possible. In fact, I'm OL. However, what's strange? Naruko talked about toads, they also know how to eat, I thought without any filters. After a few seconds, I dispelled the lightning and jumped off it, somersaulting forward. Standing face to the head and looking into the eyes, I answered. My name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I am a human and I used a contract without a call, and ended up in this world, I answered briefly but to the point. Human? Contract? This fantail was clearly surprised. I've only heard stories about them, as well as about the call, but apparently you're telling the truth. I don't feel any lies in your words, the bird said, having calmed down. Ahem, excuse me, but would you please introduce yourself, otherwise it's not according to the rules, I said. The bird apparently didn't understand anything, but still remained silent and said. You can call me Rook. I'm a male from the Thunderbird tribe, but as I understand, this won't tell you anything, he answered. That's good, otherwise think about him in the feminine, from the gender, a bird, or on average, plump. It turns out, I thought. Well, in such cases, I think you need to contact the elder, he knows a lot and will decide what to do, this bird said, trying to fly up. Hey, what are you doing, really? Did I beat you up so much that you'll be gone for a week, or you don't value yourself at all? I asked him. It's okay, it will heal, although it's true, it will interfere for some time, he answered, rising to his paws. Get in, it will be faster, this scorched and wounded creature said. I just looked at him with skepticism and adjusted the weights and said. I think I can get there on foot just fine, but you show the way, I said, shaking myself off. Without saying a word, he rose into the sky and headed forward, to the same place where I had gone before. After half an hour of travel, we reached that rock, which was visible on the horizon. There was a lot visible here, there was a cave above, right in the rock, and apparently more than one, a similar squeak was heard from there, however, perhaps this is not entirely true, the echo here is remarkable. Looking at Rook, who flew up inside, I applied chakra more evenly to my feet and began to climb up. A couple of minutes later I was inside, having climbed in I was greeted by a sea of eyes, from his similar relatives, in different corners of the cavity. By the way, apparently there is something like a nest here, the cavity in the cave is huge, and there is plenty of shade, so overall it's a good place to live. Looking around, I found through my eyes Rook, who was calmly moving forward and caught up with him. We moved deeper and everyone looked at us. Or rather me, indeed, judging by Rook's reaction to who I am, perhaps these words don't even know that. Having reached some hill, we stopped, it represented a decent bridgehead, on which an equally large bird was sitting. She was, unlike Rook and others like him, golden in color and completely covered with feathers, maybe 3 times taller than him. Rook, why are you in such a state, and why did you leave your post? This big guy asked him. I beg your pardon, Garudinid, he bowed his head in respect. During the flight, I noticed a stranger, and decided to attack, and because of him I am in this state, he gave away all the secrets, without ever lying. The same golden one, apparently understanding something, turned his gaze to me. He was not evil or kind, calculating, rather appreciative. You remind me of someone, who are you? He asked quite calmly, switching from Rook to me. The latter, by the way, froze in a bow, apparently he was waiting for a command, discipline. My name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, as I told Rook, I am from the race of people, if that says anything. I used a summons, without a contract, I said. He was silent for some time, but was clearly surprised, just like those close to him from his tribe. A man, that's right, you are. I haven't seen a man for a long time, since I was a little boy myself, and this, more than 2,000 years ago, he said. I fell, 2,000 years? This, how, in general? And how much time has passed? I was about to ask this question when I remembered one thing. Excuse me, can I ask a question? I asked respectfully. The head nodded, allowing, to which I immediately said. I remembered one thing, time in the world of summoning can often go differently, and since you are 2,000 years old or more, I don't understand how it can. They didn't let me finish. That's right, exactly, I don't remember this meaning myself. The last summoner was with us a very long time ago, and we didn't have many of them either, he interrupted me. And we don't live that long, few strong people live up to my age, often up to a maximum of 500 years, but, time, about 1 in 5, yes, he said, thoughtfully at the end, apparently remembering something. Incredibly, this means that for more than 400 years, they haven't had a single summoner? And in general, such longevity is phenomenal, that's all I could think. But if so, he is clearly the most experienced and wise, knows more than everyone else, and, most likely, the strongest, I thought. I understand what you wanted to ask, further, and, perhaps I am not against concluding a contract, but there may be certain difficulties with this, he began. We never had a scroll, and all the contracts, especially the only one I remember, with my father, the last of the summoners concluded with the help of blood, he said. I got to thinking, in general, the option is not the worst, on the one hand, but on the other hand, it is not the most reliable and safe. And in general, over the past centuries, we ourselves have had quite a few problems, what can we say, about contracts, he finished, staring at Rook. Rook, free, go to Hira, and generally rest, hand over your shift, cut off the head. The rock, raising its head and squeaking, left, flying up to the ceiling. I stood there and thought about the situation and its solution, because something had to be done. Sorry to insist, but what is the situation? And in general, if there is a desire, a scroll can be compiled. I have certain knowledge, I said, presenting my ideas. Indeed, similar information on the creation of such an object was in the Uzumaki repository, and if you become higher in Fuin and get to the blood seals, then you can think about it. However, in such cases, everything goes awry, especially with the Hiration, because here you need knowledge of the technique itself, and it could have been lost, then it's still almost unrealistic. The head again paid attention to me, but became thoughtful and did not immediately answer. Looking at me intently, which almost scared me, he remained silent. This went on for several minutes, until he finally raised his voice. Stranger, you are very curious, in many ways, both for yourself and for us. You don't lie and have selfish goals other than to become stronger. I don't see it in you, he said, lost in thought. Now I felt that he clearly saw right through me and, unlike the first dialogue, now he simply burned me with his gaze. However, besides this, I was tormented by something else. There were other summoners, maybe there were some notes left, or something else. But about this later, now only one thought was spinning in my head. No way, he can read not only intentions, but also thoughts? I thought dumbfounded. Not really, however, this is not far from the truth, but that's not what it's about, he smiled. There was silence for a couple of minutes, but everyone was thinking about their own things until he interrupted it. Okay, I'll tell you about this, maybe you can even help us with something, and maybe you'll become a summoner. I see this outcome, he said vaguely. In general, we have such a problem, for several generations now, the offspring being born are weak, many lose chakra, and in general, a number of those who have it are small, life expectancy decreases, as well as the birth of strong flocks, he began briefly. Recently, few strong ones have been born, of them, only Rook, and even those who showed hope cannot study our old dogmas, everything seems to be in order, but not so, he finished. I got to thinking, the weakening of the gene, perhaps partial, but the teachings, rather an outdated approach, or it's just based on principle, it doesn't work out, which means it's weak. In various thoughts, I stood like a pillar for a couple of minutes, no one bothered me. You know, I have a couple of ideas about this, even I myself, I thought about some experiments, about myself, and the scroll, like said, it is possible to create, but not soon. I first need to improve in both cases the knowledge of my clan and hone it to mastery, I said. And speaking of this, I would also need knowledge about the actual use of the summoning technique, or if it was lost or was done, It doesn't matter, then I would like to know, if there are any things left, old summoners? I finished the monologue. The leader began to see interest in his eyes, and since he reads my thoughts, he will clearly understand that I am honest and not lying. He had a couple of guards on his sides, smaller than him, about the same size as Rook. Until now, I didn't pay attention to them, it wasn't before. After a few minutes, he thought it over, nodding. Okay, we are very interested in this idea. If something happens, great, and in any case, I understand that experience in training a summoner will not be superfluous, he answered. And what about knowledge? About technology itself, only the knowledge base itself remains, passing from hours to hours. However, this is not little, this is just what constitutes everything, with the exception of a number of knowledge, which are available only to the summoner, with the summoners themselves, except for me, and then indirectly, no one had any contact, he said. After a couple more minutes of general silence, he said. However, there were some, things that he read, we didn't need them due to ignorance, but they obviously had to be preserved, however, not in the best condition, he finished. But this is interesting, he clearly meant books, but more than 2,000 years, however, there is clearly a chance for something useful. Just being overjoyed, but trying not to show it, I seriously thought about another question, which was slightly gnawing at me. Garudanid-sama, don't take it as insolence, but would you deign to be my teacher? I asked him directly. And you can provide access to these books, that's what they are called, perhaps, if it's interesting, I could teach you literacy, in this regard, I finished. He accepted this challenge and clearly strained his aura. In turn, I didn't even think about retreating, who would I be then? Having chosen my path, without taking my eyes off, I released my wave of chakra. Playing the elimination game, a couple of minutes passed like this, until he smiled and removed his pressure, laying back freely. But, at this time, one of the guards, who until now had simply remained silent, made himself known. How dare you, the main, he didn't have time to finish, he was interrupted by his leader. Zangaro, be silent, the leader of the pack besieged him. He just hesitated and stepped back, looking at the leader. He looks like us, and I like it, he's just as free and decisive and a little crazy, he reminds me of someone, but I obviously didn't know him personally, he said slightly admiringly, but no less strictly, forcing his guard into silence. It couldn't be otherwise, however, it couldn't be, after all, it's a call, however, so, you're a very interesting person, it would be an honor to talk to you more, he said, turning and looking at me, finishing scolding his subordinate. About the books, as you said, it can be arranged, but then, especially since they are, fragile, but you clearly understood that, while you need to get settled, began. Well, this will obviously be interesting, because I agree, you passed my test, and now let Zangaro take you to section 3, by the way, we have, probably normal housing, by your standards, no, the head added, giving the order. I just waved my hand, mechanically, and that's not how they dealt with it. It's not scary, if you allow me to create here, a small house, it will be great, I answered him. Without hesitation, he nodded, ending the conversation and settling back down. Zangaro flew forward, and I ran after him. Not the most pleasant guide, however, it doesn't matter, I thought, trying to keep up with him. Having reached the place, he nodded and went back, I decided to look around. What can I say, it's clearly empty here, almost, the edge of a cliff, although it's more like a mountain, with a network of caves, that's all I thought. However, you can live here, you just need to furnish it properly and, if possible, build a house, I've already decided, the question remains. Do you want to do this? I was very indignant in my thoughts. I sat down on the floor and began to think about all the options. 5 to 1, that means a couple of months, or rather 3, as I planned, I thought. More than a year, that's a thing, a long time, but I won't see her, it's terribly sad, from this, one thing makes me happy, I hope that it's easier for her, because she has less to wait for. I allowed myself to smile mentally. Deciding to finish with such tomfoolery, I began to think about a solution to the problem. First of all, it is worth examining the rock itself, and its structure. Still, if there is a load-bearing structure here, then I shouldn't even try to make holes in it, I thought. And then later, there will be a total mess, or something worse. Having made a conclusion and sketched out an approximate course of action, I created clones. Still, I'll live here for more than a year, and maybe I'll come back, and maybe even one of the other summoners will find it useful, I decided, calling the clones. Having discussed everything with our copies and sorted out the area of responsibility, we waited for the command. I sent one to the head, to find out whether I could even do research and why, justifying it. After about 10 minutes, the clone dispersed, they gave the go-ahead, and at a low start, everyone flew in different directions, exploring the area. An hour later, all the clones had dispersed, and I started getting a migraine. I fell on one of the cobblestones, rubbing my temples and sorting the information from each clone, filtering out the unnecessary. Having dealt with all the knowledge, I realized that in general, this is the densest part of the mountain, but nevertheless, you need to be careful and install the frame yourself, and more reliably. I was even happy about this, that I could put up a normal room. In general, one would be enough for me, an average one. Having decided that, I decided to take a break, plunging into memories, lay down on the floor and thought about the past. I remembered my sister and our last night. I myself blushed slightly, and my erection made itself felt. However, I tried to control myself. Now is not the time, there are things to do. Focusing on more important things now, I grabbed everything from the memories of the clones and my own as soon as I got into this world. Well, there is something and it's not bad. The material from which I will, build a house is also wood, but to preserve it, you can use resin, but it will be very difficult. This, even with clones, can take a couple of days at best, so let's not waste time on the work, but first I'll outline a plan. Half an hour later, having decided everything and created the clones again, he gave them instructions and sent them to different places. And he himself printed out a couple of shovels, as he knew that they would come in handy earlier, and began to little by little draw out the contours of the entrance, at the same time receiving advice from the remaining clone. At this rate, more than an hour passed and the first results were already in. The clones returned, bringing wood and even a lot of resin, although there were few containers, so they had to be left behind. At the same time, they helped in the construction of the main outline of the new building. I myself did the main work. The clones also did not lag behind and hammered the tree, and some trimmed it to make a normal frame on which it would rest. Still others covered it with resin before installation, and one of them sometimes helped me when I didn't have time or was tired. At this pace, the hours passed until the evening, until the sun set. Some clones ran again for resin, others for something else that seemed useful to them. In general there was a fierce boil. The entire tribe in this cave was clearly standing, on their heads, let's say so. By nightfall, completely exhausted, and having completed more or less part of the premises, I decided to continue tomorrow, and so it turned out to be a difficult day. Having dispelled the clone and taken out some food to eat before going to bed, I sat down on the floor. My sister would obviously hit me now, for such an attitude towards health, I thought, slightly sad. But I promised that I wouldn't be sad, although sometimes I have to break it. I'm sorry, dear, but for more than a year, this is clearly no option, I thought, nostalgic about the past. After that and before going to bed, I thought about a lot of things, but I was more interested in one question, which I tried to put aside today. I hope that the knowledge that Garudinid has will be useful. Hiration is clearly worth learning, and certainly before the return of their world's summoning, but more than that, I am haunted by the knowledge of the past summoner, or summoners, I thought. It will be necessary to be as careful as possible with these relics. If there is the necessary information there, that's great. I continued to analyze. The floor was hard, the untreated logs were still in semicircles towards each other. When I'm finished with the house, I'll obviously put them all on the same level. For different thoughts and hopes, the next day I fell asleep. I woke up in the afternoon, got up and went through the procedures. I met Rook. "Oh, it's you. Well, I heard you're staying. I wonder how you were able to interest the old man," he drawled, looking sideways at me. And I thought about it, and indeed, he clearly meant something by saying this, but he himself doesn't understand what, and who can I be like in this regard? Obviously not Minato and Kushina after all. Apparently I was so lost in thought that it was probably visible even to a blind person, to which Rook said, "I see, and you're also interested, which means, well, he's never made a mistake, that's why I'll trust his choice, but for now I have to go, see you later," he said, taking off and rushing away from me. Without standing for long, I again created clones to continue and finish this house today. The same situation repeated itself again, only this time, the installation of the beams had just begun. Yesterday, only the basic preparations were made, and it was a house, 2 meters by 2 meters, just for sleeping. However, it was more difficult. Somewhere, the beams are made of wood, and they also need a lot of support. Make the walls of the floor blocking the passage, plus beams nearby for stabilization. Otherwise, even here the ceiling won't hold up. In general, there was a lot of work. This continued until lunch, when I had clearly already done almost half the house. Afterwards I took a break for food, but the clones themselves didn't need it, they allowed themselves to rest. All day I was haunted by one question, but I tried not to dwell on it, and so, I have enough to do. An hour later, with renewed vigor, he joined the work, keeping up with them. A couple even tasked them with making a door, so that everything would be like people's, although it is not clear why. With such actions and the construction of this house, the second day of my stay here passed. At the same time, just like yesterday, I crossed paths with others, but I didn't pay much attention, and they, too, became calmer, apparently starting to get used to it. I talked with the leader of the tribe, and from this it became clear that as soon as I finished with my habitat, then the training would begin. By night, the main house was finished, as was the door. All that remained was to level the floor, but even the clones could handle that, and they could also bring in a bed and banal furniture, but that too, later. Having eaten again and collected my thoughts, I went to bed. The next day promised to be interesting. New training. Soon I'll return to my own people, too. However, over the past 2 days I've been doing no weaker training here, such control of clones, and tireless physical labor. This is also not weak, I could only think. The house is finished, the furniture, I'll leave it to the clones tomorrow. It's too long and troublesome, so let them help, but I'll already have my hands full. I've finally decided on this. But almost the whole day I was worried about this question, which Rook asked me, what did Garudinid see in me, or rather who? This is all for a reason, I thought. Still not understanding what it could be, I thought about the very essence. It was terribly uncomfortable to lie like that, although I took a mattress with me and on it, but on this log it was a fierce, turning over more comfortably. I continued to think. What could it be? There is no information, but for some reason I am sure that it is important, and in general, such knowledge is not superfluous. Maybe there is something useful with it will arrive on the tail. I thought about this topic. For about 5 minutes I lay there without finding a single clue to this question. And I remembered that incident, after death, with Rikudo, but in a different color. You clown, well, this is definitely not just like that. Then, I had no time for this, but now there's time to think. There's no reason for him to resurrect me, for sure. I continued my thoughts. Although I thought about this before, and still, I won't be his pawn as I mentioned earlier, but somewhere here lies the answer, the same Rinnegan, and it's awakening. It's unclear, so and couldn't find an answer to my question. It's as if he's nearby, but he also disappears, just, being under his nose. I was indignant. My whole life, and the madness, very, strange in itself, although I myself became like that, partially, a little kurama. Before we met, he was naughty, but after that, what? I wondered deeply. It's very strange that after death, in general, it went away, although not completely, I continued. Again and again, I'm missing something. Okay, if I don't think of anything soon, then go to bed. Tomorrow, as I already mentioned, a lot of things to do, and the morning is wiser than the evening. Maybe later I'll understand something, I thought, closing this discussion. With such thoughts, without finding anything significant, only a couple of interesting points and making notes on them, I fell asleep. I woke up early, however, nothing new. Today is an important day, the beginning of training, new knowledge and the completion of the construction of this house. I got up and went to my daily procedures, nothing new, nothing superfluous. After them, creating clones and distributing work between them, I headed to Garudinid. Good afternoon, Garudinid-sama, my house is almost finished and I have settled in the place, now the clones are finishing it, everything will be ready by evening, I said. He remained silent, looking at me, but nodded and stood up to his full height. I first saw him in it. He is huge, 15 meters if not more in height. I tried to hide my surprise, however, it clearly didn't work out. However, there was nothing terrible about it, also, just a slightly mocking look on his part. Taking off with a flapping of his wings, he took off in the opposite direction. The effect of his swing could be like severe bad weather, closer to a hurricane. Trying to keep up, I hurried after him, and in a couple of minutes we were there. Here, it is, this cave, knowledge is stored here, it's small and we can't crawl through, but neither can we read, he said, looking at me. I understood his message and nodded, confirming the assimilation of information and hints. Having passed by, I went inside. The room looked like a small room, clearly protected by fuin, which was already strange. After examining it, I found a closet that was filled with books and scrolls. Going there, I carefully took one of them, not the most chic, but for my age, excellent. Carefully turning over the pages, I studied its contents. I can't wrap my head around it. Their last summoner was clearly Uzumaki, and judging by the age of the head of the pack, it was not so long ago, after the founding of Uzushio. The knowledge itself included the sea, lost fuin, the base and connection in the summoning technique and its symbols, a number of techniques, which I have not heard of, but on the elements known to everyone, a forgotten history, and much, much more. Before delving into this, I gave my clones orders to carefully study the knowledge, and transfer the most important of them to a newer parchment. Coming out of there half an hour later, I found the leader. He stood there and looked into the distance, the mountains. Well, man, how is it? He asked, turning to me, not without interest. What can I say? The knowledge of my clan, some basic and advanced knowledge in the calling technique and its compilation, a number of techniques with seals for people and much more. I answered the main part of this. Garudinid's eyes lit up at the second aspect, but he was also interested in the first. About the first thing, it can both help in compiling a scroll, and the main thing, perhaps from the fact that it can help in the study of genes, I started. Second, more to the summoning scroll, well, for me, too, in one of the techniques mastered on seals, I finished vaguely. He nodded, apparently understanding that in such a short period of time, it is impossible to study everything and put it into practice. So, clones? He asked. That's right, a useful technique. I don't know what I would have done without it, I minted. It's a pity that we can't use it, the bird sighed. But I thought, in theory, it's real, but it requires a lot of research. And there's no 100% guarantee that it will be successful. I voiced approximately the same thing out loud, which naturally interested him. With such a discussion, we headed out into the street, apparently to begin our training. Once in the air, we stopped again. Garudinid stood majestically and looked at the horizon, thinking about something. Tell me, man, what would you like to study, from the very beginning, and why did you go into the world of summoning? He asked me. I thought, it's not good to give away all the ins and outs. However, he sees right through me, so there's no point in lying. I still haven't decided, but after thinking it over, I asked a counter-question. Tell me, Garudunid-san, can I hope that this information will be only between us? I asked him. He looked at me, apparently checking or scanning me again, and after thinking it over, he nodded. I just sighed, catching my breath, and began the story. I was born in Konoha. This is a village in the land of fire, although it doesn't give you anything. Conventionally, it's like a rock, but on the ground in which they live much more similar creatures to me. I grimaced at the last one, which did not escape him. By this, I mean only one type. By their very nature they are rotten, excuse me, creatures, I continued. The leader of his pack only listened to me without interrupting. I was born, so to speak, an orphan, but not alone. I have a sister, our Harem. Biological predecessors were, 1, the head of the village, the second, one of the last representatives of her clan and ours, and also Harem, I continued. He just remained silent, gradually digesting the information. So, our ancestors died defending the village, and making, conditionally, weapons out of us to protect it. I spoke absolutely calmly, but coldly. Garudunid, in turn, just wondered, probably, how this was possible. Well, what can I say? Most likely they wanted us to be considered heroes, who with their bodies restrain the creature that was freed from their, female ancestor and set on the night of their birth, against the village. I finished one chapter. He was only silent, but nodded to something without raising his voice. The years passed, we grew up, all this rabble inhabiting the village hated us, beat us, inflated prices, bullied us, sometimes even tortured us, I said. He even twitched. Apparently he understands these words. This is for the best. My sister, the absolute opposite of me, she always tried to be kind and bright, no matter what. I couldn't stand them. In general darkness, I continued. A lot of time passed, and one day, one might even say I was slandered, even though I sneaked into places I shouldn't have. They attacked me, and then, they say, I'm dangerous. I grinned. As for this, I gradually fell into madness, not even partial, but total. It's not clear why. The one who lived in me became friends with me and I myself became calmer, but nevertheless, I'm still only stronger, drowned in madness. I finished the second part. Garudunid just looked, as if he had had enough, and he understood, although not everything. And so, after that, they killed me, but I managed to tell my sister about what I found out, who our ancestors are, what they hid from us. We are weapons. I finished the short story of the background. He only patted his apples, but asked a question. Wait, since they killed you, then why he didn't have time to finish. I'm sorry, but it's not polite to interrupt, and I haven't finished. He fell silent, waiting for the story to continue. So, after that I met Rikudo, well, and with strange motives and parting words, he, resurrected me, I continued. The bird's eyes were again almost as big as half their head, and it seemed as if they would burst. Well, after that a lot happened. I killed one creature, who was trading in his own people, and because of this he became an enemy, of his homeland, I said with sarcasm. My sister, she confessed her feelings to me, as for a guy whom she had loved for a long time, but could not say, and could not, at one time. I continued my story. Well, then, I had to hide on the former island of my homeland, where I learned the truth about its fall. It was the betrayal of an ally. Leaf, or, the land of fire, with those who were there, one might say, brothers. He spat. I have the last word. So to speak, they removed the barriers and struck in the back, remaining pure, together with 3 other great villages. After, I visited my sister and responded to her feelings, because I also realized that I loved her. I was already finishing. Well, I also needed more strength. By the way, she went on a mission. It's a long story, in general. For now we had to split up, but at any moment, if she is in danger, I will immediately, without delay, be transported to her, I said seriously. Well, and strength. I'm weak and I need strength to find my way and protect her and the last of my clan, so as not to dance to someone else's tune. I finished the story. He stood in shock and pondered all the information from such a small monologue, telling, one might say, my whole life. Well, it's hard to say, but this is a noble cause, even though you had a difficult life, but your goals are like a real rock bird, you will make an excellent student. He said with a smile on his beak. But tell me, how did you recover from madness? He asked me. It's difficult, somehow Rikudo himself contributed to this, but I have my own guesses. During such a conversation and discussion, half an hour passed, nothing significant, we did not achieve anything, but we discussed a lot, and most importantly, training in senjutsu. Of course, they didn't have a Thai style, which I mentioned in my desire to study, however, it was obvious where the birds wanted Thai. However, he surprised me by saying that there is a related call to theirs and, so to speak, friendly, minotaurs. And after the start of training and progress, you can turn to them. This only made me more excited about everything. Senjutsu, this is cool. But Tai and Ken, which the shinobi world obviously will not know, are priceless. Having finished talking, we got down to business and made a training plan. I immediately said that I would need to devote a lot of time to the art of my clan, and why. He understood and approved everything. It would be useful for both of us, so we sorted it out quickly. Having finished with this matter, I decided to find out how their training process goes. Overall, I didn't expect anything more significant, it was predictable. Still, even though they are conscripts, they are animals, albeit intelligent ones, so everything is clear. It's not that they have bad survival or instincts, but adaptation is something that happens for centuries, and if it fails, it means extinction. It was clear as a summer day, which is what I tried little by little to hammer into his head. It was difficult, but we are clearly not looking for easy ways. I also gave examples of some creatures that I knew about, and which became extinct. For a long time he did not want to do anything in this direction, but an hour later he gave up. Nevertheless, the indisputable facts convinced him otherwise. That's why we decided, a little later, to gradually revise the method of educating and training a generation, making it more flexible, and not monochromatic. With these thoughts in mind, we discussed most of our plans for the near future. Having finished with this, we started training and decided to start with senjutsu. Look here, man, this is a very difficult art from our tribe, only a few people master it now, he said, concentrating his chakra and starting to glow. His power increased significantly, and simply from the pressure of his chakra, the earth began to crack. All I could do was stare in amazement, trying to resist this aura. This is the power of pure senjutsu. It's a rather difficult art to master, but I believe that you can, he began. Several hours passed explaining the essence of senjutsu and its use, along with its origin, during which time I also began training with it. It hurt, and not because of failures or because of physical discomfort with contact with senjutsu and the like, but because I was often hit with a wing, because I almost turned to stone. But there were also successes. This very fact meant that I felt it and even assembled it, which took only, according to Garudinid, 3 hours. Although there was a lake nearby, which in fact was a guide, even so, it was surprising, according to him, although not unrealistic. The time until the evening passed at such a pace. A little later, the clones rewriting and copying what they could dissipated, making me feel even more tired. Then we took a break. During it, I tried to assimilate new information, which the clones gave me and at least somehow systematize it, but there was a fair amount there, everything I talked about, and even more. This was clearly worth adding to my repository. I shared these conclusions with Garudinid, despite the fact that he had been with me almost all day, to put it mildly, or, we worked well together. Even some kind of friendly relations began to appear. In basic outlines, I told him about the information that the volumes contained. He listened attentively without interrupting, and after that we went into debate. We settled on the fact that tomorrow we'll figure it out, but for now it's worth refreshing ourselves. We both sat down for a meal. I got some and ate it myself, I got some for him. In general the break was productive. Afterwards, we decided to continue, and at this pace until late in the evening. Having finished with this, we went our separate ways, but I, quite tired, trudged home, which should have been ready for the whole day, 100%. When I returned, I got exactly what I wanted, no more, no less, and I can live and have enough extra space for the future. The clones were waiting for me and I understood why. After dispelling, especially in my condition, I would obviously be cut off before tomorrow. Having finished and sorted everything that the clones had brought here and sealed, I lay down on the bed, nodding to my copies. Just waiting for this, they began to dissipate, streams of unnecessary information and a hail of fatigue fell on me more and more. The last thought that flew through my head that day was one thing. My dear sister, I don't know, whether you are sleeping now or on a mission, I hope everything is okay with you, and I love you very much. I didn't have time to finish, the blackout came earlier, with this result, the first serious day of being in the world of summoning ended. The following days went the same way. The priority was studying the knowledge of the summoner's ancestor, one's others, or fuin, increasing physical activity and continuing to master senjutsu. The first few days were mainly devoted to senjutsu and physical exercises. There was no particular success in the first one, but there was progress, but rather weak. Only more time was spent destabilizing the chakra and this made itself felt. I began to think about the essence. After all, there must be a dependence, there is nothing that cannot be correlated into shares. The same Raiden and Katan and other primary elements are the result of mixing the spiritual and physical components in certain shares, with a deviation for each. I thought about this during one of the training sessions. So, in theory, if we judge it this way, a person can master all the elements if he simply controls the chakra. It all depends on himself, I thought confusedly. If the basis for unification in the hearth is reduced to a conditionally 50-50 by crossing these indicators into chakra, and from it there is a fence in certain shares for the desired element, then, accordingly, in the Sannin mode, these should be completely different shares, but at what stage, I thought deeply. Garudanid just looked at me, apparently amused at my condition. It's difficult for you, however, if the San chakra is what surrounds us, and its fence should pass naturally, it's logical to assume that its share should be equal, reached. I have some arguments. And if we judge that it goes directly to the hearth and from there through the channels, then its component should not exceed any of the others, for a stable regime. Suddenly it dawned on me. Yes, so I jumped, which surprised my sensei. During this time, he really became my mentor, and the only one in my entire life, not counting Obito. Little one, what are you doing? Of course, you looked funny when you thought, but stop such tricks, he said mockingly and seriously. I didn't answer anything, just sat down again in the meditation position. He just raised his eyebrows, but stood behind him, spreading his wings, ready to hit me at any moment. However, contrary to his expectations, this did not happen, in the plan, not immediately, after which he was eager to find out how I began to master it so quickly. To which, I told him about my thoughts about chakra and its components and what it led to, respectively, as well as the fact that by honing control over its flows and bringing it to the ideal, one can study Sannin Moto with absolutely flawless results. From such conclusions and their justification, he only became even more upset, but he praised and said that even this was theirs, it was learned differently, so to speak, by the selection method. I just smiled, continuing my training under his supervision, later switching to physical training. Afterwards, every day in the evening, depending on how tired I was, I sat down to study the fuin, mostly the one that stayed here, with the summoning technique and studied it from cover to cover. Following this schedule, more than 2 weeks of my training passed. The following came out of them. I mastered the advanced stage hermit mode. It's far from ideal, but control over Sen chakra is weak. Basically I don't turn into stone only from complete control over the chakra flows. Secondly, I studied a number of tomes. if we take the volume of information mastered, about 1/5. What can I say, there was a lot of knowledge there, even something about the structure of the summoning mark itself, one of those that will be needed in Jutsushiki. As I expected, work on the scroll has not yet begun, little knowledge. Physical fitness, I increased the weights to 700 kilograms, I think in the next 2 weeks, I definitely won't increase them. By the way, as I decided, I started working hard, wearing weights almost always, not only for training, because sometimes there were problems with this, well, never mind, we'll get through it. The rest was not significant, during breaks or free days, training the cube and elements with genomes, nothing special. However, I don't forget for a day why I torture myself so badly. If earlier it was a simple desire for power, now, there is a goal, to protect it and what is dear to me. Neither more nor less, what to say, although I will never be an angel, but perhaps rather a demon in the flesh, but still, there are reasons for this. But I will always be with her, and this strength now has its own purpose, because I must become stronger. So, I thought every day, and it gave me strength. After another 2 weeks, I had already been a month and a half in the world of summoning, my Sannin regime was stubbornly approaching the ideal, such control over chakra was no longer required, which made it possible to concentrate on actions, or to fight, if on a human level. The study of the ancestors' knowledge was progressing by leaps and bounds, half of the material was just around the corner, I myself worked for wear and tear, clones, and more clones. Some study, others train, others consolidate, and then, half dead, I train it. In general, in this regard, everything is quite sad, if you look at it from one side, but there are also advantages. My physical fitness has grown decently, I tried to follow my diet and regimen, my body has gained more definition. Sometimes, in free moments, when I was taking procedures, looking at myself, I thought, my sister will clearly have a nosebleed, when we meet, I allowed myself to smile. With Garudinid, our relationship also progressed, now he, too, began to consider me as someone more than a leftist element, closer to a student. The rest, there's nothing special to say, everyone got used to it this month. I also sometimes trained with Rook, however, unlike the leader, he's not very experienced, but that's not his fault, what can you do? In my free time, I thought a lot about their training device and its smooth improvement, with maximum efficiency. Little by little, I became stronger, even sometimes Garudinid and I would just sit and talk about everything, especially sometimes bringing up some interesting topics to think about. Still, I am still concerned about that question, however, sometimes I reach some conclusions, but in order to verify them, or refute them, more facts are needed, because, it is impossible to say for sure about this yet. Another 2 weeks passed, my hermit mode was steadily moving towards the ideal, I almost brought control to the limit, however, it's worth working on absorbing energy, maybe even tinkering with the seals. I increased the physical load, already more than 900 kilos, practically a ton on board. The chakra control itself also grew quite well due to training with Senchakra, the cube no longer decreased, but its amount of chakra almost doubled in volume, which said a lot. Also, I began to train the Rinnegan and try to master the paths, which I had, as it turned out, or only for now, I have 3 of them, the Naraka path, the Prita path and the human path. Judging by Abito's scroll, in general these are almost all of the strongest paths. The Rinnegan itself felt inferior, well, the time will come when I will start researching the Fuina of the clan and get to the possibility of working with flesh. The elements and techniques also became stronger, especially in the hermit mode, in it everyone was just crazy cool, but there was room to grow. According to the knowledge of this ancestor, by the way, his name was Ryu Uzumaki, almost everything has been studied, a couple more weeks and all that remains is to hone it, assimilate it and begin to combine it. By the way, some of his notes, not about techniques or Fuina with summoning techniques, were extremely entertaining, it's worth studying them in more detail, and extracting the most important from them, perhaps. I will have some answers soon, to questions. Again, 2 weeks have passed, my hermit mode can be called complete. All that remains is to hone my skills, especially mastery of Senchakra and to work with seals. I slightly added weights to a ton, overall nothing serious. Chakra control continued to grow, with a slightly increased size of the cube, again, a huge increase in its volume, although not the same as before, but considerably weaker. 2 paths yielded to me little by little, but what to do with the path of man, I did not dream in my soul. I tried it on some small ones and those who were allowed. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. I'll have to look into it more carefully, but what really surprised me was Ryu's knowledge. In short, yes, I studied them all that remains is to master them. Speaking about them, everything is there, both for the future compilation of the scroll and for the creation of Jutsushiki, at least in the near future, but now, it's real. Also, I found quite a lot of facts for my theory to have grounds. Perhaps it is not so far from the truth, but this needs to be verified. Perhaps one day soon I will discuss this with Garudinid, but even so, in many ways now, I doubt Rikudo-Senin even more, and I am clearly not going to dance to his tune, nor, to his tune the one who also, left long ago, had to leave. But, as for strength, we can only repeat it again, it grew at a good pace. She, like the techniques, also did not stand still and grew little by little. I was even able to create a couple of new techniques for Katan and one Raitan. I also studied a number of Ryu's techniques, some seemed useful to me, and I began to hone them, others, later. At the end of the last week, I began to work on the main Fuin, in order to begin working with the scroll and the seal, and then, with successful application of knowledge, and reach Hiration. My first 2 months in the world of conscription passed with such successes, not to say that they were unimaginable, but significant, that's for sure. In the 3rd month, everything started as usual, but on one of the first days, while honing the Sanin regime and trying to transition to the form of the conscript world, a dialogue occurred. It was during training. I was trying to master the form since controlling the Senchakra and its fence. There were no special problems I didn't call. But when I tried, everything fell out of hand. Most likely, this is due to doubts and conclusions that I recently made in connection with new knowledge. Garudinid also noticed this, so he interrupted this circus by standing next to him. "Is something bothering you, my student?" he asked seriously and with pressure. I didn't know what to do, and there was no point in lying, so I decided to open up. Anyway, he clearly needs to know. Yes, there is one question that torments me, and I found some of its confirmation in Ryu's scrolls. I talked about it earlier, I began. To this, the leader only nodded, saying that it was the case. Continue. So, it described some moments from the past. Basically, it could be taken as a legend, if not some facts that fit especially well with my story, I continued. He listened to me, as always, calmly, without interrupting or pushing me, for which I was extremely grateful to him. So, it said, that previously there was a belief that 2 sons of a sage once started some kind of cycle of reincarnation. Everything would be fine, and it can be attributed to stories, I continued. If it weren't for the whole situation in life, from the scrolls and tomes of Yuzashio himself, I learned that they really existed and had all, not the best relationships with each other in the family. I began to retell this, gradually plunging into history. There are no specifics, what, and where, but the fact is that the eldest, aka Indra, was against his father's policy regarding the path the world would follow. He chose the younger one, Ashura, for this role, completely disregarding a number of problems. They say it's better this way and that's all, I said with sarcasm. Garudinid just listened and nodded, saying something happened. He heard it himself. And one day, much later, their enmity reached such a level, that they vowed to be reborn every time until one of them received the final victory. I was approaching the end of this story. What happened to their father knows. One thing is for sure, that it was he who created the Biju by dividing the 10 tails, or the creatures of the Tree of Life, but that's a different story, I snapped. And so, reincarnation, what they represent, I still don't understand, but clearly not rebirth, most likely the influence of the soul on a certain, ahem, vessel, for their strength, or rather ideas, heritage and other things. But people, they are different, these vessels. I told him my reasons, to which he again only remained silent. So, to conclude, of the last and most famous reincarnations, there were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, in our world nicknamed as the shinobi gods, the strongest people in history, although this is debatable, because at least Indra and Ashura and their father were forgotten. I'm not talking about their grandmother, I grinned. And he took a short pause, thinking about a number of things, to which Garudinid only raised his voice, announcing that it would be nice to finish such a long logical chain. Raising my gaze and looking into his eyes, I just exhaled, finishing the story. All my life, before death, and even after it, everything was wrong, and why, Rikudo, resurrect some me, who didn't fulfill your purpose? I distorted it. The leader nodded, very zealously, apparently confirming that I was going in the right direction. From birth, I was very unsociable and the environment, it only contributed to this. Kurama, well, I was talking about him, or rather his dark part, for the time being also influenced, but even after our reconciliation and especially death, not so much has changed, but significantly, which prompted me to a certain thought. I chewed my thoughts out loud. Naruko, my sister, has always been the complete opposite, no matter what, although they treated us the same. Even after my death she changed, but after our reunion, I realized that she is the same, although much matured, in every sense. I've already brought you to the main point. And my thoughts were such that it's possible. A new reincarnation of Indra, and it just so happened that my sister is Ashura, and apparently because of this, Rikudo only resurrected me, even conditionally and partially endowing me with strength, so that I would live to see a certain moment. I winced at the end. Garudinid was silent, glaring at me, waiting for the end of the story. I just looked at him and nodded, saying I understood, and continued. If this is so, everything converges and our difference in level is a complete extreme, and my conditional madness, which disappeared after the death and resurrection of Rikudo me, and there are also a number of features of my little sister. Only one thing is unclear, how the heir of the descendants of Ashura became a reincarnation Indra. However, apparently it's not given to me to understand. I finished. There was silence that lasted several minutes, perhaps more than 10. I had already mostly settled down all my thoughts in my head, but Garudinid remained silent, staring into space. After some time, he spoke. I see. I also thought about something similar. You reminded me a lot of him. Even though I knew Indra, I only heard about him from the stories of my father, who only knew about him from the stories of my grandfather. He began. I was a little precipitated, that is, this call, perhaps. I didn't have time to think it through. Garudinid didn't let me get lost in my thoughts and continued. Yes. Indra was once our summoner, by the way, the first and one of the few who visited us at all. He spoke calmly but without a single note of humor, unlike our earlier conversations. Although I can't say that he's some kind of killer or tyrant, he's a completely different person, just like you. You're different people with different paths. But what do you want after realizing everything? He asked, looking away from horizon towards me. I fell a little into a drop, realizing a couple of things. Firstly, he suspected it earlier, although he didn't know how this was possible, and secondly, even knowing this, he continued to train me, although he was afraid, for sure, how it could be this force is applicable. I thought a lot about the answer. Since I haven't thought about this yet, I just got to the point of what I am in general, as here, they ask me a question, they say, and what will I do with it do? I thought a fair amount, but Garudinid did not interrupt my thoughts or rush me. He was absolutely calm. After some time, perhaps even an hour or more, I spoke. You know, teacher, I started. He turned around like a leper and stared at me, apparently deep in thought himself. You are right, we are completely different people. Although it cannot be said that I will be good, I have always associated myself with darkness, so that is what I will be. But to protect my sister and her well-being, I began. He clearly calmed down and was paying attention as always. But that won't stop me from going against Rikudo's will, most likely, his decisions and their consequences, which he never deigned to correct or interfere with, as was the case with me, went too far, I continued, becoming more and more serious. My mentor, on the contrary, was calm, apparently he only listened and waited. Because I will find my way as a ninja, which will depend not just on one, old god, but on a lot of factors that perhaps I will find out in the future, but dancing to his tune, how in the pipe of Indra's spirit, I do not intend, I finished absolutely seriously. He just smiled, bending his wing and patting me on the head. I didn't expect to hear anything else. Student, you chose a good goal and the path to it, don't leave this path. So this conversation ended and the training continued. Now there are even more reasons to move on to experimenting with flesh and studying Fuin. After all, perhaps a considerable part of my future strength will lie here. A lot has happened this month. Firstly, I have made a fair amount of progress in mastering the summoning technique, the knowledge of Garudinid and Ryu, in this direction. It's hard to say about the chakra, but the directions and efforts made themselves felt, it grew decently. Intangibility was one of the interesting topics, without Senchakra. Its use was possible for about 40 minutes with little fatigue, in Senchakra mode, up to about 3 hours. Ketan and Raitan made quite a lot of progress, especially in Sen mode. Ketan himself, when using Senchakra in his techniques, perhaps became one of the strongest genomes in general. It's hard to say, but I learned relatively recently what this genome consists of, and with the help of a mentor, in short, fire and lightning, a rather interesting component. The Raiden itself also developed at a decent pace, and with its development, the Ketan also changed, which only confirmed their connection. Of course, the features that brought changes could be controlled, but this requires a lot of practice. 2 of the 3 Rinnegan paths were making progress, while the third one was making only small progress, but nevertheless, reading some of the animals' memories was already real. As for weights, I also wore them in everyday life. By the way, I've gained almost 300 kilograms, I'm going to lose weight, but I also wear them all the time, it's harder to get used to. Regarding the Sen itself, there is progress. I was able to enter an intermediate form, even wings appeared, but it has not yet been possible to stabilize it. In Fuin, almost everything is excellent. I'm already pretty much studying Yuzushio's tomes for connections with the techniques that I mentioned earlier. Ryu's knowledge is slowly turning into the creation of a scroll. Perhaps one of these days it will be ready and I'll start working on Fuin more extensively. With such successes, the new month in the conscription world ended, all this for the sake of goals, one of which, the blonde crown, how I miss her. It was already the 4th month in this world. There were also strong progress in the creation of the scroll. One day I called Garudinid. "What did you want, little thing?" he asked me slightly mockingly. Lately, our relationship has become warmer. I don't know, if I had grown up like that, perhaps I would have called him father. And everyone else had finally gotten used to me. Sometimes I helped them, with young people and so on, so I soon became like one of my own here. Well, I finished working with the scroll. All that remains is to assign it only to this world of summoning. By the way, I created 2 of them. I started. Garudinid was very surprised, but did not say anything, he just waited again. So, having lived here and understood the essence and mentality of the tribe itself, I made a number of improvements, according to the type of training and its smooth change, I said, folding the seals. He clearly recognized them. I had already told him about them earlier, memory transfer seals. After finishing, he analyzed the information for some time, then nodded. Okay, interesting options. I think they can be used, let's see the result, he approved. Well, what about your scroll? He asked, coming closer to me. I pointed to a huge scroll, almost as tall as me, which was unrolled, next to a similar one, but sealed. Here, this is him, the main one. More blood will be needed here for his first signing and activation. Well, and to deal with chakra, I began to explain. Our day was spent doing such things. We secured one scroll and checked its operation. In the world of summoning, the result is that it works. With such success, we were both happy and signed up for the second one, thereby making it a spare one. Afterwards, I tried to go back to my world to check it there. After some time I returned, but Rook clearly reported that the matter was successful. Garudanid was glowing. Apparently now he finally believed in his choice. Based on the successes, in the 4th month, in addition to designing the scroll and studying it, there were a number of other things to do. Firstly, after that I again began working on the Harem formula. Now I had all the information and some experience in its application. Which gave its result. The first formula was already being tested, however, it was far from ideal, but it worked. Perhaps, soon, with its further compilation, one day I will create my own ideal Jutsushiki formula and be able to move normally. The weights became heavier again, but only a little more than 100 kilos. At the end of the 4th month now, it was about 1.5 tons, however, a lot. After all, the main thing I had now was knowledge that grew exponentially. But I tried not to forget the main thing that was required. However, as I mentioned earlier, unfortunately with weights, there will be a relaxation in the increase. The cube was already becoming denser, chakra control was growing and growing. As for Uzumaki, it was already clearly good, but this is not enough, more work needs to be done. This month, I was also able to enter the form of the true form of summoning, but mastering it will begin later. Rinnegan had good success in mastering the paths, with approximately the same progress as before. The most problematic again was the human path, however, he also made some progress. Katan and Raitan, of course there is nothing to say about them. The first one was already excellent, now its components are being trained to save both chakra and increase its strength. Through trial and error, I realized that, in essence, my Katan is stronger than Raitan, but hardly based on its components. Since ordinary Katan is approximately 25/75 spiritual to physical, Raitan is half and half, which is why it is usually stronger, so to speak, practically a universal element, of course weaker than the two. My Katon was a rather interesting species. Its component floated from 25/75 to 75/25, a huge spread with huge consequences. With one, it can be 6,000 degrees, this is about 40/60, with another, to overcome the Sueton without noticing at all, literally passing through and without steam, 60/40, and so on, just a sea of varieties. Raitan himself also did not stand still and became stronger. By the way, everything was not so clear, but clearly in the right direction. One more thing, this is the discovery of the futon. Yes, I have 3 elements, and even more, this was not the only discovery. The main thing is that the Rinnegan allows you to have control over all the elements. I suspected that the 6 paths are not only the paths of the Rinnegan, however, it is pretty much based on it. It in itself gives the opportunity to master all the elements even to a person with a level of intelligence below average, of course, if this is pointed out to him. A genius, on the whole, doesn't need it, but even so, life may not be enough for him to master the elements. But let's continue. Intangibility also did not stand still for almost an hour and a half of quiet use, in the Sun mode, for 5, but it was quite problematic. There were no special problems with control, it grew somewhat faster than the volume, because such values, even in the use of intangibility, had legs from there. I got to this point, the basic kanji, blocks, diagrams for creating the necessary seal, or rather its system, it will be a huge robot. I started working on this only at the end of the month, so, most likely it won't be soon. If everything goes well, perhaps soon it will come to testing, but for now, I decided to put the finishing touches on this Harem, so that later with a clear conscience do the absorption seal. Following such successes, the 4th month passed in the world of conscription, but the most interesting thing was only ahead. Even I did not know what this could lead to. In the 5th month of mastering Harem, I decided to study Rasengan, although I don't really need it, but I think my little sister will be happy. She herself wanted to teach me it. I smiled at that moment, imagining her reaction after I showed it. The study itself did not take me much time, it was not difficult, I completed it in just a few days, but the main thing is the result. My chakra has always been special, no less than I myself, however, what this led to as a result of the Rasengan, this is a separate topic. Its form and content came out to me, somewhat, differently, that's why I couldn't clearly characterize it and decided to give it its own name, Rasenring. Its power was somewhat more destructive, even considerably more than that described by the Rasengan. And also, I wanted to combine it with a futon, although it is weak for me so far, but it would be quite interesting, because even that Minato, I couldn't do that, huh? And everything here went like clockwork, with the rest of the training this improvement also took several days, in total, a week. Minato is clearly turning over somewhere in the Shinigami's stomach, which he couldn't do, I mastered it in a week. This even at one time made me smile again, as for his strength, so to speak, then even Garudinid questioned me, but I decided not to reveal all my cards, but I didn't lie either. It was clear from his eyes that he was already waiting for the day when I would tell him everything. Next came the Hiration, because of which I was inspired to study the Rasengan. What can I say? At the end of the second week I was able to master it by choosing the design of my formula, although it was not as small as Minato's but also not as cumbersome as Tobirama's. The second week of her training was coming to an end, as well as increasing the weights, a little more, basically there was no time for intensive physical training. Therefore, I just followed this strategy, evenly increasing the weight of the weights. And then one day, during one of the training sessions, an interesting moment happened. Mentor, I turned to him. He just raised his gaze to me silently, as if to say, continue. I would like to arrange a sparring to test my strength and show what I have learned during this time, I said in a bow. He remained silent, but nodded, as always, and prepared for a fight. If you say that, it means you've become stronger, I'm even interested. What do you want to show? He said with interest and excitement in his eyes. To which I smiled, this is what I was counting on, having printed a kunai with a mark, I was ready for battle. The mentor himself only raised his eyebrow questioningly, asking what these toothpicks were for. But I didn't answer, I just smiled mysteriously, which he took as a challenge. I picked up a leaf from the ground, there was no wind, and I let it go so that it would fall. As soon as he touched the ground, Garudinid took off, but I just grabbed the kunai more tightly. Well, it's time to test it in battle for the first time, let's go. With such thoughts, I jumped forward, pushing off strongly and throwing the kunai in front of me, soaking it with chakra. With my second hand, I started creating Rasenring already in flight. Everything was like in slow motion, we were rushing towards each other, my Rasenring had already shown its physical shell. The kunai stubbornly approached the mentor, but he only noticed the ball in my hand, ignoring the kunai. At a distance of 2 meters, I just whisper, Hiration. I move to the kunai, which is already half a meter from his head, intercepting it. And from a turn in the air I charge him with a Rasenring in the back, driving him into the ground. The force was great, a crater formed around him, he himself received only minor damage, but noticeable, I was even without the hermit mode. After destabilizing the Rasenring on the opponent's body, I fly to the side. I land on my feet and look at my opponent, who stood up only a few seconds later. Interesting, he said, stretching his body, but he still received quite a charge. This is what you wanted to show later, he asks me, already standing. That's right, this is the technique of the fourth Hokage, or rather not quite his. I tried to master it, but it came out different, I called it spiral ring, I answered. He remained silent, apparently thinking about something, and when he finished, he turned around. Stop, kunai, you didn't change your eye to him, then, he didn't have time to finish. My grin was clearly visible on my face, he fell silent waiting for my answer. Yes, this is also his technique, and again, not quite his, Hiration. I mentioned it earlier, a mixture of summoning techniques and fuinjutsu. I could not master it, but now, I created my own mark in the likeness of the other two. I finished the explanation. He just smiled and shook his head and torso with his wings, shaking them apart. Ha! I see, and you're a genius. However, to master everything like that and with such a result, he said, looking straight into my eyes. I just removed my grin and thought for a second, then answering him. No matter how genius you are, you always need hard work, and the most important thing is a goal. They are the ones who allow you to achieve such results. Genius is only a small part of that, I answered in all seriousness. He smiled again and nodded, at the same time urging him to continue sparring, because this attack was just the beginning. By the way, I was thinking, and it reminds me of something. Surely, aren't you taking revenge on me for the frequent blows to your, little head? He asked. A grin crept onto my face again. Whatever you say, there is some truth in this. It was a little nice to hit him in the same way. Oh ho ho. I see, well then let's continue. He again issued a similar squeak as he rushed into battle. The sparring took place in a similar way, lasting a couple of hours. According to the result, we both got it pretty well. I tried to use not only the Harem, which sometimes caused me to be covered in lightning bolts. However, that's what sparring is for. Thank you, teacher, for pointing out my weaknesses in the main areas. I bowed, saluting my mentor. You're welcome, my student. It was also useful and even fun. I haven't had something like this for a long time, and combat experience always comes only in combat, he finished joyfully. However, I'm interested in something else. How soon will you start experiments with seals? He asked me. To this, I just remained silent, thinking about the answer. In general, everything is moving towards this, but in fact the working version is not ready yet. I have not worked on it, so what? It's hard to say. If I had been doing it instead of training in mastering Ring and Harem, then now, perhaps, there would be a working seal I started. And since I've mostly been working on them so far, there hasn't been much progress in this direction, I concluded. He only followed my actions and words without interrupting me. However, now, I myself was planning to do this, after mastering Harem, so perhaps at the end of my 5th month here. Garudinid thought and nodded, expressing the assimilation of the information received. After the training, we went our separate ways, while I went to rest and began working on the printing block. Until the end of the 5th month in this world, there were already less than 2 weeks left. During the next one, the development of the seal not only got off the ground, but literally in a week a prototype was compiled. In general, it did not bring much success. The whole tribe had to catch some animal, already condemned to dinner, and work on it. It didn't turn out very well. I had to refine it, but the direction was right. A few more days later, I compiled an updated version of it, and then interesting changes began, such that it was clear that soon I would probably put such a stamp on myself. The training took place in a maintenance mode. Catan, there's nothing to say, I've improved on Raiden. Futon has also become more or less better. The Rinnegan paths did not suffer any significant changes, only control was slightly improved. Intangibility, it's almost 2 hours, well, in 7, probably Sanenmoto, there was no time to check it meticulously, so I began to take 1 to 3 or 4. Senenmoto itself, I didn't have much time to practice, only occasionally to hone it. The weights are the same, they just added 100 and then again in a whole month. Techniques, mainly the emphasis was on Harem and Ring. I practiced the first for range and energy expenditure together with Raitan, and the second, for the connection, the rest of the elemental techniques, only on a residual basis. The 5th month in this world was coming to an end. The 6th month in the world of summoning was approaching. Everything was going well. The other day, I decided to start testing the seal on myself. After all, on animals everything is ambiguous, but it works. What will happen to a person, and especially with the genes of common old ancestors on the fraternal line, it's unrealistic to even imagine, but there were certain thoughts. Yesterday, I prepared the house for this. I also think it will be possible to start tomorrow. At the same time I'll let my mentor know, who knows, I thought. Before this, I decided to do a test using printing, which produced interesting data, but not about them, but I saved the result. The next day, I told him, he was still burning with curiosity to find out the result, so he gave the go-ahead, although he asked to be careful. Still, he has become very dear to me. Perhaps someday I will call you father, mentor. Still, in a sense, you raised me. I smiled at my thoughts, moving home. Upon arrival, I created 4 clones and gave them instructions to prepare for the operation. Half an hour later, everything was ready, and the jar, which had already received the flesh of the young Uchiha almost 6 months ago, was ready. Faha, it sounds, however, if taken out of context, then in general, you can die of laughter. I tried to relax before the operation. The absorption seal itself was not so consistent with the name. In general, it had the following functions: isolation of a certain area of tissue, its complete sterilization and certain holes for synchronization with the external contour, that is, with mine, without direct absorption of one of the sides, with interlayer. In fact, it is a seal of not absorption, but of synthesis, something similar to how oxygen is released, or the spiritual and physical components are mixed, into chakra, I thought. If, after all, I'm right, then, with such mixing, albeit conditionally, I can receive part of Hagoromo's power, which in the future can play a decisive role. I finished. All the clones were ready, the operating room was ready too, all that remained was a small matter. I just lay there and thought about everything, about my powers, their level, about the future and other nonsense. But only one thing stood out from this: even at such a moment, my thoughts often came down to her. I didn't even notice the start of the operation. The structure itself was already secured and the cells of this Uchiha were sewn in. Only after some time did I notice the severe discomfort, which grew into pain, but I endured it. After some time, after applying the inner contour, they suddenly began to apply the outer. Uchiha cells, very actively began to interact with mine even so. This caused considerable pain, as if I was being cut out alive and dug right there, under the body. By the way, this operation took place exactly under it, almost above the very source of the chakra. After the completion and successful, albeit emergency, application of the outer layer and its securing with fuin painting around the perimeter, the scheme was completed. It became a little easier, but it was felt that the chakra had clearly begun to flow chaotically and somehow strangely. So, I lay there for half an hour trying to come to my senses. Of course, not much came of it, but I could already move. The temperature had obviously risen. Although I had never drank, I saw these shinobi in such a state. I was moving, it seemed. And the condition was no better. I decided to walk around the room. It looked weak. After these painful attempts, I lay back down and thought. The clones, meanwhile, decided to disperse and I couldn't support them in this state. It hurts. All I could think was that the pain, although sometimes it subsided, did not become much easier. One thing is good, the operation is clearly successful, but its results apparently will not be immediate, which is logical, I thought. At the end I experienced a strong dose of pain. After lying down a little, basically like a vegetable, she calmed down. Now there was an opportunity to think about everything normally. Well, Madara, in general, I've been waiting for a result all my life, but for me, perhaps a month is enough for some result, I thought. I lay there thinking and analyzing the situation for a couple of hours. Afterwards, he gathered his strength and created a clone, and sent him to report the result. I hope he'll make it in time. Such a relaxation obviously won't last long. It wouldn't last now, that's all I could think. 10 minutes later, he dissipated, passing on the information to me. By the way, on time, a wave of pain and chaotic flows of chakra surged again. Now they even ignited the SCH. From such a bouquet, nervous impulses, and the dispelled clone, I was completely knocked out. After an unknown amount of time, I woke up. It was a little better. I was even able to get up right away, but it would be hard to call this state acceptable. Having gathered and left, I noted that it was already night outside. I almost slept for about 10 hours, however, in such and such a state, I thought, looking at myself. My already athletic torso was now decorated with a Fuin painting in 2 contours with a plug, and in the center of this design was a sewn piece of flesh. Uchiha. Not the most beautiful view, but more practical, that's all I could think. With such thoughts, I decided to start training in advance, putting on and loosening the weights again. In this state, I obviously won't be able to fully use them even with all my efforts. It will only get worse, but I'll never give it up, I thought as I put them on. With this attitude, I spent several hours, trying as much as possible to ignore the pain that appeared and attacked me at times. Afterwards, having returned and eaten, I decided to get some sleep. After all, it wouldn't do to walk around here and wake up everyone, young and old. With these thoughts I fell asleep again, although not right away. I woke up, it was clearly during the day, more alert and fresh, but I was still spinning noticeably. This will probably continue for a few more days, and the SCH in general, it's as if it's made of concrete, and it'll still shrink, it's just terrible, I thought, starting a new day. The next few days were quite difficult, training was cut to a minimum, but continued to maintain shape. Basically, whenever I could, I studied Fuin and practiced it, perhaps one day I will become a master in it. Somewhere on the 5th day, the pain in the circulation system subsided slightly, however, on the contrary, the Rinnegan began to stab terribly, as did the chakra channels in the eyes, both by the way. This was a surprise to me, even though I knew that there were chakra channels there and that is why it has some functions, such as better vision at a distance and focusing, and night vision too. But still, even those channels began to, mutate, that's what I called this action. By the way, my hair began to change, in general, not just the color or what. It literally became flexible and my hedgehog disappeared, which made me even, However, later I began to notice that a red color was already visible from the roots, which says one thing. Mine, apparently, because of this, the Uzumaki genes take over in me, this. Incredible, I thought, looking at my new hair. And on the same day, I tried to use chakra, the result, frankly speaking, stunned me, and not only one. Of course, I did this with a mentor, the point is, the amount of chakra, I could release a small, but its density, like its imprint, was now clearly somewhat similar to Hagoromo, albeit distantly, in general. Garudanid, by the way, also noticed my appearance and asked, what? I answered him honestly and again from my words, excitement appeared in his eyes and, together with everything, it gave a significant effect. He even said that based on the results of this, if the experiment is successful, then their problem can be solved. I can even guess how. In general, at the end of the 5th day, I could not sleep because of the pain in the very eye socket with the Rinnegan, and I was still struggling with it. Even without knowing what to do, I simply decided not to use it at all, even for vision, turning my head to the side, it helped. Weakly, but it was still easier. The animal pupil itself also hurt, but compared to the Rinnegan, Naya, for now, even though I'm an unbeliever. A couple more days passed like this, and on the 8th day the Rinnegan fell ill, even with extreme pain, even though it was not used at all. Because of this, I decided not to leave the house at all for several days, which is what I told my mentor. He understood everything and was like that, so all I had to do was survive this. The pain in the central nervous system returned, at the same time slightly weakening the feeling of in my head, just as the pain in my eyes was now dulled at least a little. After all, the second eye also hurt, but compared to the first, as they say, but that comes later. Some parts of the hair only continued to turn red, but there was not much of it yet. However, the body itself even began to hurt, both the limbs and the torso in general, therefore, I spent more time without leaving the house. By the way, On the 14th day the Rinnegan began to hurt less again, but on the contrary, the pupil did not want to lag behind at all and only began to intensify, which I tolerated for now, because without vision, would generally be blind, in every sense. But the appearance, so to speak, even the facial features, changed slightly, only a little, but the body did not stop hurting, but I could still be easily recognized, but to be honest, she became a lot smaller, this pain. I decided to do the test again. The results stunned me again. In fact, my DNA does not undergo any changes, but nevertheless, genes Minato go into recessive, that is. I'm completely becoming the opposite of my sister, even here. I allowed myself to smile. Through the pain, she would clearly be shocked to see me. Now, I have the dominant genes of Kushina, she has Minato, brother and sister. This is funny, I just thought, closing this topic. Upon examination, I noticed some kind of pattern on my hand. It was not clear what it was and I decided not to investigate it for now. Knows him, what it's all for, and how to work with him now. On the 20th day, the pain in the Rinnegan became almost minimal. The central nervous system also sometimes warmed up and then went away, but the pupil began to hurt so much that it began to expand, not metaphorically, however, perhaps not only from this. Having stuck healing seals on myself to regenerate body tissues, that same evening I continued to endure all this suffering further. After all, this is the way. At the same time, noting, in one of the moments of relaxation, that my hair had already turned more than half red, now I was even proud, a true Uzumaki. Also, the central nervous system began to hurt unimaginably again. It was terrible, however, now it was a little easier. On the 24th day, I could not stand it. The Rinnegan had almost stopped showing signs of pain, and the pupil was only growing, so I finally decided to remove the bandage and bandage it on the other side, and this led to what I obviously didn't expect it. 24th day, from the moment of the operation. Well, I think we need to change this thing, although it won't help much, and it's impossible to endure, damn it, I thought as I unwound the bandage in front of the river. Having unwound it, I was about to wet it, when, looking into the lake, I just ate. My Rinnegan had a tomo. I saw three more, they were faded, very. I could even utter words, but I just looked at my reflection in the lake. Really worked, my Rinnegan is entering a new stage. I was so happy, however, I was in no hurry to jump. But, all the same, he still has barely noticeable tomo. This is something, but that means he probably hasn't gone through the full process yet. It's too early to talk about it, I thought, continuing to look at myself in the reflection. By the way, the second eye also hurt in a similar pattern as the Rinnegan, which prompted me to think certain thoughts. Is it possible that it too will evolve, but into what? Into the Sharingan? Nonsense, I thought, not understanding anything at all. It's too early to guess, and it still hurts. I don't think it's better to touch it now, I thought as I took the bandage and wet it. The animal's pupil itself was already much larger and occupied almost the entire eye. Looking through it caused even more pain. Having wetted and tied the bandage on it, after a couple of minutes I sighed calmly. Although the pain remained significant, I didn't really want to die from it. I looked at my hands. On my right, I noticed some kind of mark, the same one that I had seen earlier, however, now it was more clearly visible, and in the shape of a crescent. After trying to use it somehow for half an hour, I didn't achieve much results. Once again, looking at my Rinnegan, I headed away. The month has come to an end. Since the operation, my hair has already begun to predominate in red, but black still remains equal. Outwardly, I really now live up to both of my nicknames. The SCH was still going strong, but now I started training again from time to time and with the cube, trying to feel the control. It was not easy, but there were results. It was felt that the chakra had become denser, so control again had to be pushed up to the level it was before, and this would take again several months. But before that, later, first, we need to sort out the synthesis. but it's still going on. I think it will end, not so soon. I resumed training little by little, through force, but I tried. Although the animals I often got in the way, I added weights little by little, trying not to lose shape. When Garudanid saw me, he didn't recognize me right away. Only a couple of minutes later, smiling, he said that I really now look like an Uzumaki. It was very pleasant, and I decided from that day on to wear a whirlpool hattai, to which the mentor said that he approved of it, and I have every right to wear it. Another 2 weeks have passed since the end of the month of the operation, half of the 7th month of my stay here in the world of conscription. In recent days, the SCH has become less unstable and more controllable, from which I concluded that perhaps in a week the operation can be performed again, this time to remove a piece of flesh. The Rinnegan also became more detailed, transparent tomo slowly appeared, becoming clearer and clearer. It was almost impossible to distinguish them. The Uzumaki genes still captured a number of hair layers, but in the end they clearly stopped, at about an 80-20 ratio. Now, only in places and in pieces, my previous color, brunette, was visible. And what can I say, I liked it. I've been walking around with a whirlpool hattai for 2 weeks now and wearing it with pride. The training has already been resumed and the weight has been gained back. Sen training took place adjacently, yet in this state it was problematic, especially how the Uchiha genes reacted to Sen chakra, ambiguously, only again putting pressure on the SCH. What I considered as some kind of sign and did not deviate from it, the more difficult it was, the easier it became later. Hiration has not received any significant advancements yet, only increased the radius of action. Raisenring, in approximately the same way, once control returns, it will be easier. Basically, I trained Fuin again, studied and repeated, with consolidation and practice. Perhaps, at this rate, someday I will become a Fuin master. Also, that same mark, everything bothered me, it was now clearly expressed, but its meaning was still not clear to me. It's worth finding out about it in more detail in the future. The animal's pupil still continued to hurt, however, at shorter intervals, and the strength of the attacks of pain gradually dropped. This means that in just 2 weeks it will be possible to remove a piece of flesh, if by that time the metamorphoses with the Rinnegan and this pupil are completed. The Rinnegan especially distinguished itself. Recently I began to use it, although at times it was difficult. The channels were still burning, but its power was clearly increasing. By the way, even in this state, the path of man began to succumb to me, by the way, and not only, 3 other paths of Deva, Beast and Naraka, and if with the latter there was a sea of questions and problems, others gradually began to appear. So, I was right, and the power of the Rinnegan is increasing, although I don't feel full strength yet, but it's already close to it. I smiled through the pain. It's okay, Rikudo, your time will pass. You have already brought a lot of evil into this world, with your actions and inactions, especially with your offspring. I now reasoned only with coldness, without the slightest hint of a previous smile. It's just Susanoo and other techniques. I haven't tried training yet. I think I'll start in a couple of weeks, once I remove a piece of flesh, and move on from this. I finished. Next came intangibility. It was difficult to highlight how much it had grown. I could not fully train to its limit, and considering that there was still almost no control, then in general, that Kato and Raiden were making progress again. The latter, however, even now, was at the same level of progress as before the operation, which gave rise to my thoughts. Futon was developing, but not at the same pace. However, 3 elements are enough for me for now. It's better to master all 3 ideally and combine them, than 5, at the level, and that'll do, I reasoned sensibly. Also the cube, I started creating it again, almost as difficult as in the beginning. In general there are a lot of problems, but they need to be solved. My days passed again in such an extraordinary way. A few days later, training. After another training session with his mentor, which became more frequent due to his improving condition in recent days, he asked, "So, how are you, Naruto? Is there a result?" He asked, looking at me. By the way, my Rinnegan was now covered by my bangs, and he had not noticed it before. Well, it's been a long time since. You've already seen the chakra and the change in gene dominance, but what about the eye? I asked him, looking through his hair. He just hung there for a while, not saying anything, as he later responded. What's wrong with him? You had a simple Rinnegan, like Rikudo, he asked without understanding. I thought about it, apparently, I really haven't mentioned this yet. Without saying anything, I lift the bangs of my scarlet hair out of the way of my eyes. And now, Choko Tomo Rinnegan looks at the leader of the tribe without any barriers. This is what I gave this Dojutsu a name, which was already clearly stronger than his usual one. The 15-meter leader of the Thunderbirds just stared at my eyes with his enlarged pupils. And what is this? He asked, not understanding the situation. This even made me laugh. Naturally, this has never happened to me, probably never. Just his face, and the words that came out of his beak, it was something. Outwardly, I'm sure I looked like a person who had lost his mind, however, I never actually denied this. The Garudinid just scowled and began to squeak shrilly at me, but without achieving any result, he only became infected with my laughter. After a while, when we both let up, he still hit me on the head. There's no point in laughing at your mentor, even if it's funny, he said seriously. Whatever you say, father, I said without even noticing what. He just fell silent for a minute, and I didn't understand why. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Quite, or what? No, I understand that age and all that, and we just returned to training again, but that's it. Before I could finish, he interrupted me, saying, It's just, you called me father, if you didn't notice, he said, completely detached. Now, it's my turn to fall into tears from such an incident. Seriously? I said so. It doesn't look like he's joking. So apparently I really began to consider him someone close. However, in a sense, the mentor is the second father, right? I thought. In such reflections, I was silent for some time, until I decided to continue. Well, you know. Sometimes, a mentor means a lot for someone. He is considered someone in the role of a father, especially if before this, such a person did not even know what kind of person it is. I spoke absolutely calmly, looking at the ground. There was silence, everyone was thinking about their own, but this time, Garudinid began to speak. You know, he began, so suddenly, that I interrupted my thoughts by looking up at him. Although I cannot say that I absolutely understand the meaning and significance of that tirade that you gave out, however, you, too, have become one of our own for some of our tribe, therefore, conditionally, you can consider yourself part of our flock, he said, finishing with a smile. I just didn't answer anything, digesting everything he said, and that means. Thank you, I just said, burying myself in this huge carcass. He just covered it with his wings and said. Nothing, little thing. By the way, isn't it dark out there? He defused the situation. I just smiled, which he couldn't see, but he could feel, and answered completely. Well, how can I say, from such a rock with its shadow there is a little bit, I answered him. From this, we both laughed again, thereby completing this topic. Finally, I decided to tell him about the mark. You never know, I have an idea. He only voiced what I myself understood. It is clearly connected with Rikudo, however, now I have an idea. It will be necessary later to shake down Kurama for information. That was the first thing I thought about. It's strange that I didn't think about this earlier, however, it will be difficult. He idolizes him, so, but it's okay, we'll break through, I thought, driving away the unnecessary rubbish from my thoughts. And so the days passed. In total, 5 days passed from that moment. During this time, the pain in the eye subsided and subsided, the hair stopped changing, the body, in general, for a long time, and the central nervous system also gradually became stable. It's hard to say anything else. I trained the ways of the Rinnegan every day, more and more diligently. By the way, the Tomo fully manifested themselves. Here are literally 6 monochromatic ones exactly. Waiting agents, I even decided to add, now, more than 1,600 kilograms of constant weight. With intangibility, everything became clearer. So far, already 4, bottom line, however, I was not so tired then, and control. The power of the techniques is also pleasing. By the way, now, I again began to master the form of summoning, with small successes. Katon and Raiden have strengthened quite well, now I could fully master them with the new chakra. Speaking of the main thing, my chakra has undergone changes. Now it is more dense like Uzumaki. After conducting a test, I discovered that the Uzumaki genes absorbed some parts of the Uchiha DNA, probably, that's why I was so confused at first, and the rest, then the restructuring of the body and the central nervous system under more massive parameters. Whatever you say, I'm the same Naruto and my sister's brother, no less than before, so our, love is still the same incest of no less, if not greater, scale. But to make sure of this, I still carried out a third test, which showed similar results, as if all 3 tests were done by 3 identical twins. Remembering this, for the first time in these 2 months I remembered that night, how much I miss it, but I promised, which means it's worth summing up further. Futon is also making good progress, perhaps in a couple of months it will catch up with Raiden. It would be great, especially in the future in conjunction with Katon. But for this it will be necessary to work on it for a very, very long time. It is difficult to sum up all the results, especially in Fuin, in which I continue to improve and do not study unnecessary knowledge, without honing what I have to an acceptable state for myself. In general, it was quite an interesting pastime. During this time, the 7th month in this world was coming to an end, as well as the period of removing the Uchiha's flesh. Over the past few days, the pain was no longer felt, the central nervous system was the same, it was again the same as before, and all this happened in a week, literally just a little over 2 months from the moment of the operation. But, as I planned, before that I'll take off the blindfold. It's actually strange that I didn't do this a few days ago, it wasn't before. And so, again, standing over the river, I take it off. A few seconds later, I stroke the reflection, and there. I couldn't come to my senses from what I saw in the river. Looking into the river, my new pupil appeared before me, that's what, and I clearly didn't expect this is inexplicable. I also noticed that my hair had almost completely turned scarlet. Apparently I was too hasty in drawing conclusions. Now only the tips were given to the blacks, most likely the genes took their toll, and what they didn't reach then is now being reached by chakra, Uzumaki's chakra. I looked at them and went through them, mentally smiling at myself and at the fact that apparently I will become completely scarlet-haired one day. Returning my gaze from them to their face, I noticed a smile, but not about it. I concentrated on the eyes. The iris of the eye was red and seemed to have a fair amount of black cracks. The pupil itself was black, but with redness in places, as if dark water had been added to it with a little blood and mixed, although the pupil itself was completely black. Looking at it, I couldn't understand what it was, but only one thing was clear. Most likely, this eye has clearly mutated and now I have 2 Dijitsu, I thought discouragingly. Looking into the reflections, I looked at him, and I liked him. I wonder if he should be given a name? If he is a Dijitsu? I thought at first. No, it's too early to say anything, we need to study this issue in more detail, I decided. For some time, continuing to look at him, I turned my gaze to the Rinnegan. Beautiful, however, everything is already the same color, and such a feeling, now I can't put it into words, I thought. Having finished looking at him, I decided to go home. After all, it was a difficult day. However, it's worth preparing. I think the day after tomorrow, it's already worth removing the flesh, and even leaving it, you never know, it will come in handy, I thought, heading away from the river. After a couple of days. Now the moment of truth has come. I am again lying on this table, 4 of my clones are again standing in front of me and waiting for the command. Everything is as if ordered once, and the operation begins. First, the stabilizing circuit is removed. After a couple of minutes, it is removed, then comes the external one, protecting the flesh from exposure. And so, while removing it, I started to get pinched again. I came to my senses as soon as the outer contour and flesh were completely removed. As one of the clones explained to me during the continuation of the operation, the cells began to suddenly take over the area, they were removed in time. Interesting, perhaps. I awakened the power of this Indra so much that his cells themselves began to reach out to me as if they were their own, I thought. After another 5 minutes, the inner contour was removed, only a huge scar remained. Well, nothing, I'll heal with a seal, so it won't be visible. Having finished and putting everything away, the clones disappeared, but I decided to take a little break. An hour later, having exhaled and created new clones, I ordered them to put a treatment seal on their side in order to remove this defect, as I justified. Why? Really, it doesn't really matter to me, but what do you think? Will your sister be pleased to see a sculpted body, with scars, or just such a mess? I asked, pointing to the area under the body. The clones fell out of reality, which naturally made me laugh, for the second time in recent times. A few seconds later, having come to their senses, they picked up the baton. Now, the laughter of as many as 5 individuals in this space was heard. Having finished with the tomfoolery, they carried out the order and dispersed. While I headed to Garudinid. On the way, many greeted me, and I answered them in the same way. At one of these moments, noticing that the mark on the hand had become dark, but with a purple tint, like a seal, interesting, however. About 10 minutes later, I was already with him and bowed and said, Mentor-san, the operation to remove the flesh was carried out successfully, no consequences have yet been detected, except for the active actions of the cells of Indra's descendants, who tried to actively assimilate when removing the contours of the seal. I answered. He turned his gaze to me and nodded, saying, Continue speaking. But nothing worked out for them, however, this only apparently gave impetus to the development of the mark. I showed him my hand. He examined her and nodded, apparently accepting it. Besides this, almost nothing happened, only the hair seems to be finishing off its color, the genes have taken over, and now, as I understand, Uzumaki's chakra is finishing them off, probably. Well, I'm slightly exhausted, but this is temporary, the condition is stable with such progress. With tomorrow you can resume preoperative training, I said, raising my head. He didn't say anything to this, thinking about it, but after a couple of minutes he nodded, speaking. However, heir to the great clan, you can clearly be proud of yourself. If everything goes as well, then in a week, it will be possible to act, according to our old plan, he informed me, praising me. To this, I just smiled and bowed my head again in a grateful gesture, and said, Okay, Garudinid-san, with your permission, I will go to my place for training, to resume it little by little. After all, I missed a lot, and time does not stand still, I said, finishing my speech. He squeaked, giving permission, and ended the conversation. I took my leave and went to the clearing, where I have been training often for more than 6 months. Having reached the place, I stood and thought, what should I do now? Hiration to start honing? Not that. Katon, Raton, Futon. Also. So, I went through a whole series of options, until it dawned on me. Stop, really, even though I just finished, I still need to train my strength, and since I will only resume training tomorrow, it's worth trying Susanoo, especially now is the best time for this, I decided, remembering the postponed plan. The new Dojutsu obviously won't help here, however, not everything is clear here, let's focus on the first version, the Rinnegan, I decided. Having created clones and explained to them the essence of the matter, together we began to try to overcome this intractable technique. What was it like there? I tried to remember. Since Susanoo is a reflection of the Uchiha soul, it is worth understanding and mastering it yourself. However, to create it, you need to imagine the form of chakra surrounding the owner in a certain form, necessary for the form, for attack, or defense or related, with a high level of proficiency in Mangekyo, I sometimes remembered, stammering and dumbly. Well, let's try now, I thought. For half an hour I tried to create it, nothing worked, as I was already angry. Yes, Susanoo, you're copper, you must submit, I am the heir to the power of Indra, the progenitor of all Uchihas, your true summoners, your mother, naturally, I screamed at the entire training ground. Yes, he got so angry that he gave chakra in different forms, while imagining the ribs. And this helped, anger mixed with huge expenditures of chakra, which flowed out through the outer shell. After a few seconds, looking around myself, I realized what had happened and burst into laughter. Perhaps, from the outside it might seem that I was a little crazy, but I didn't care, I was glad. Finally, Susanoo, the true technique of the Uchiha, not exactly them, but those who have their power, be it eyes or spiritual energy, but not everyone is given the ability to create it, I said, finally understanding the true essence this warrior. The structure itself was not stable from the beginning, that's why the ribs scattered. The clones surrounding me looked at me with different emotions. And this is how I look from the outside when I'm gone? No. Well, this is a complete paragraph, you can immediately see the influence of these X Uchihas, the clone muttered under his breath. However, everyone heard him, one of the other clones neighed first, and a chain reaction followed, which reached me, and later, the dull clone. Having laughed it off, we continued our lessons on mastering Susanoo, a trump card, which can play a good role in the future, but it's not worth getting hung up on it. It was controversial with the clones, however, after an hour they were able to create it. I didn't stay on the sidelines, I also pulled myself up to them and trained control and supply of chakra in a certain form, to create a Susanoo without such costs, as the first time. By the end of the day, the shape of the ribs was mastered almost ideally, as were her limbs, albeit a little weaker. After finishing the workout, I went to eat and sleep. However, today, as often, I dreamed of only one, the golden-haired one. A week passed, I again continued training according to the old pattern, trying to keep the pace and honing everything, and especially Hiration, Raisenring and Susanoo. A couple of days later, after the end of the operation, Garudinid called me, checking me, assessing my condition and, as he said, the power of the chakra source, he came to the conclusion that it was clearly worth repeating with his flock. But of course, there were a number of pitfalls that we had discussed with him earlier and were still discussing now. Many Thunderbirds and their teenagers were selected. Strong in body and spirit, who, for sure, could pass such a test and become stronger, returning the greatness of the Thunder tribe. There is nothing special to say, the selection was tough, and for those who did not get into it, special training to improve their shape and a number of recommendations and, see you later. In total, about 150 Thunderbirds fell under such a program. Operations on all of them took a week, albeit with clones, but still, for such accuracy, it was forbidden to create more than a certain number of clones. Of course, the first few days were parallel to training, I observed their condition, just like Garudinid, Rook and others. When I went to training, they were on shift. When they were busy, I took on all the responsibilities for myself and the clones. And this has already been 2 weeks since the end of the removal of their seal, that is, in half a month there will already be like 8 of them, in this world of summoning. What about training? I didn't have enough time for much yet. Basically, I was working on improving these things. Chakra training, physical with weights, Hiration, Raisenring, Susanoo, Rinnegan and tried to understand the features of the new Dojutsu. Everything is in order of decreasing time spent. The greatest successes were in the direction of chakra, Susanoo and Raisenring. Regarding the first, its density has become terrifying, even Garudinid himself said so himself in his free time at one of our few training sessions so far. Susanoo, it has succumbed to its skeletal form, although not without difficulty. Now, we have to consolidate and sharpen it, before moving to the next level, and there are at least 2 more of them. However, from Obito's stories, there is the last form, complete Susanoo, but to get to it, from his words, only Madara could create this, and then only according to his own stories. I remembered his words. However, I doubt that Madara was lying, but ignorance is different, and it is quite possible that he is the third, who was able to create it, I thought, looking at one of the clones. Still, Indra clearly didn't think twice in this direction, and the Rinnegan, as I expected, is well connected with this eye, therefore, perhaps even Hagoromo could create it, but these are just mind speculation. I finished the topic, looking at the failure of the clone. What about Raisinring? Everything is not clear here, if we judge it this way. Then success in mastering the futon is visible, the density of the chakra in the core has become higher, as has the ring around it. That's why I gave it such a stupid name, it seems to be some kind of heredity. However, a fact is a fact, Raisinring itself also grows, as does the density and control of chakra. However, now, the latter is lame, due to a number of factors, especially due to the fact that this chakra is now many times larger, as Garudinid himself said, and I believe him in this matter. The 3rd week of the new month began in a rather uniform way. A number of birds needed to be given a stasis and healing seal for their more or less acceptable life. By the way, for some, the lesions and SCH have already begun to increase, which the mentor himself noticed, which he was incredibly happy about, as well as me, because this also speaks of my skill in flying. Also, I continued to train everything, too. There was no particular success in Susanoo, except for honing the skeletal form and limbs in a faster time and more consistently. Hiration was a little pleasing, the range gradually increased and the costs decreased, both due to training in the technique and chakra control. Raisinring grew in the same way, little by little. However, if you put enough chakra into it at the maximum, you can demolish it, and I won't even think about it yet, it's not the time. The good news is that I slightly increased the load, more than 1,700 kilograms now. And lastly, control of chakra and sun form. By the way, the latter began to make good progress. Now, I could even take off and hold this form stably for some time. Among the plans for the future, in this direction, is to create sealed storage devices that could accumulate and supply hay to the hearth as stably as possible, and then, I myself. There's nothing special to say, just a week has passed, and often I spent time checking the condition of everyone from the flock, which also took a lot of time. After another 2 weeks. The 1st week of the 9th month of my stay here was coming to an end. In the flock, some have already begun to move away little by little. In about a week it will be possible to begin the targeted removal of seals. During this time, there were quite a few cases of the establishment of honey and stasis seals. Sometimes it was necessary to block the synthesis channel, in rare cases. Several of the birds even had to be pumped out, but everything worked out, everyone understood everything. Therefore, they didn't make any extra noise out of it. However, there was a lot of positivity. As in the aspect of strengthening the pack, and in a separate aspect, mine, in this case. And we can start, perhaps, with Susanoo. What can I say? His progress is phenomenal. In just a month I have already mastered the armed form, although I am still far from ideal in it. It was, by the way, at one of the few training sessions, while it's difficult to reach them by itself. Well, now let's check what you said there about protection, how ideal it is, Garudinid said, concentrating a gigantic amount of chakra throughout the body, so does the beak. From the outside, it looked somewhat similar to a Raikiri, that same Kakashi. He rushed towards me, a huge, 15-meter bird, rushed towards me. Having concentrated and opened my eyes, I was already standing in the center of a 10-meter warrior. Which was purple, and armed only with a shield, for now, that's what I put out. The mentor's eyes widened at this, but without losing his concentration, he flew into me, and the struggle between attack and defense began. On my own, I didn't spare the Senchakra, and the Susanoo was quite strong. However, like the mentor's attack, it was difficult to determine the winner. Everywhere there are lightnings, flashes, light and crackling, and in the finale, the destabilization of the clot, an explosion. After I removed my hand from my eyes, I see that my warrior is intact, not even scratches. The mentor is about 30 meters away and dented, but for him it will heal. I remove the Susanoo. First the form drops to the skeletal form, then the muscles. Then the skeleton itself, and finally the frame. Garudinid, after a minute, gets up and says, "However, you were able to surprise me again, student. What do you call it?" He asked, not without excitement and interest, rising to his paws. Susanoo is the absolute attack and defense of the clan. Uchiha, I said the last word with sarcasm, raising the edges of my lips in a half-smile. The mentor looked at me with a skeptical look, but then, understanding, he laughed. By the way, I never noticed, but his laughter was somewhat similar to the laughter of a seagull, but more voluminous and not so annoying. Of course, 15 meters long, don't forget. I myself laughed at everything, at this comparison and the situation with Susanoo in particular. Yes, well, poor Indra and his descendants, Uchiha, they will be surprised when they find out, he continued. I calmed down after thinking it over a little. Even though there are few of them left, I hadn't thought about it before, and I also consider myself smart, by the way. Not really, I said, thinking a little. He sensed the sudden change in my mood and fell silent, giving me time to think and answer in more detail. I apparently didn't tell you. Well, so, their village, they, eliminated them as unprofitable to it, although this was done by the top conditionally, with the help of one devotee among them and one from the outside, but, it doesn't seem to change the essence, I said. He just fell silent, pondering the information, but after a couple of minutes he asked. And how many of them are left? He asked me after finishing his thoughts. 3, although in fact, 2.5, not counting me, I grinned. This is how this training ended, but we will return to the main thing. As for Hiration again, everything is the same as Raisinring. By the way, I continued training the Rinnegan and Katona with Raiton and Futon, although they were not so extensive. Again, the weights have become heavier, however, already by 200 kilos, almost 2 tons, soon. Speaking of Fuin and Senchakra, I created a couple of storage seals and will soon check them. In Sen itself, control gradually returned to the state before the operation, and there was also some progress in form. 3 weeks later. Now that I was coming to an end, the 9th month of my stay in the world of summoning, my training became frequent again only towards the end. However, there was quite a bit of success. In order, first, during this time, everyone who also went through the absorption seal had already been removed and rehabilitated, but this time, the genes were naturally different. Almost all of them, without exception, after a couple of days of rehabilitation, began to undergo tests and checks. What can I say? Garudinid was very pleased with the results, as was I. During this time, I even finalized this seal. Therefore in the future, when using it, it will be much simpler and easier, especially for those on whom it is used. Also, training has been carried out for almost 2 months according to the new standard. For some who could not get into this program, after training, the level of strength also went up, to say the least, and everywhere there were advantages. The mentor was more and more pleased. Now he even had free time. Previously, there was quite a bit of that, and not only because of my training. Speaking of them, everything there is also quite interesting. Susanoo, the armed form, was close to ideal, as was the control over it. I even learned how to create a sword, which I was just learning to use, yet using Susanoo with additional objects greatly increases the complexity of this affairs. Hiration did not stand still. Now his progress was progressing at decent paces. Even after checking, the following came out. Teleportation over a distance of 45 kilometers took 3 to 4 seconds. This is without taking into account the feeling of the mark. With it, 12 to 15, however it's not bad, so far. With further training, it will be possible to significantly reduce it, but for now this is also a phenomenon. Raisin like chakra control, was growing at a tremendous pace. In recent weeks I put all the emphasis on control, now its power could really be terrifying. Katon, Raiden, and Futon, unfortunately, there was no time for individual elements. Intangibility, I can no longer count how long I can hold it, more, I couldn't stand it purely due to time and not strength, but its control is approximately at the same level as before, the rest is up to the chakra. On control of which I spent about a third of my time, perhaps even more. The progress was decent, I will soon return to the preoperative state, with such success, just great. The weights have become heavier and there are already more than 2 and 1 tons of constant load on the body. The Rinnegan, the first 3 paths have been mastered perfectly, although humans are weaker, the other 3 are in the stage of active development. There is no time for the rest yet, even Fuin, and then only on a residual basis. Speaking of the mark, I noticed a couple of things. When it is activated, my chakra becomes somewhat denser and my control over Jujutsu increases, in general, an interesting topic. Also, I thought about its essence. After all, it awakened in me from the experiment and apparently is somehow connected with Indra and Hagoromo. It happens, I didn't think about it, but then bam, and logical arguments just pop into my head. Based on this, I came to the conclusion that if my sister really is the reincarnation of Ashura, then she must have her own, different, absolutely, and I became interested in her properties. In any case, I will try to awaken similar power for her, and of course in a safer and more harmless way, however. I was interested here, not only that. After all, can I get a second mark? Basically, I crossed the genes of Indra and Ashura and imitated Hagoromo's chakra, which awakened my mark, due to the fact that I am the reincarnation of Indra. In this connection, due to a number of thoughts and time spent on it, the following came out. First, the mark may awaken itself in the future, with training and different loads. The second is when the experiment is repeated, under different conditions and parameters, perhaps other flesh, perhaps even similar to itself, the heirs of Ashura, but this is not clear. Third, with the help of my sister, perhaps by uniting our chakras during long meditations with a joint run and connection of our chakras, in different forms. And of course, I am not the reincarnation of Ashura, but I could very well be, and my sister is his reincarnation, and I am her brother, a dead end. These are the 3 main and meager options that I came up with, almost 100 branches went from them, how and where, but these were the main ones. But, I decided to think about this later. After all, now, there are more pressing matters, and nothing new came to mind, it's worth putting it off for a while. And, returning to more important matters, everything was definitely better there. Things were pretty good, but again, physical training, and mostly I did Tai and Ken with clones, and this is the main problem. And even training with Garudinid could not give such an effect, although they definitely had their value. Nevertheless, a fight with large creatures, I immediately recognized, it would obviously be useful in the future, and tactics against this would also be. But everything turned around one moment during training, physical one day. Speaking of which, in one of them, during such training, I realized that this is a full-fledged Jujutsu in my left eye and even gave it a name. After which, I firmly decided. I need to quickly force my mentor to send me to the Minotaurs. If everything is as he said earlier, there I will catch up in this. It's not that I'm weak in these areas, but to have even the slightest vulnerabilities in this regard, for me, is a gross mistake for which I can pay. And at the same time, Jujutsu, there will be the best place to train it. It is better to do it before the fight, than directly right away and right off the bat. But, this only applies to mastering. For honing and experience, of course, only directly in battle. By the way, the day when I realized this was one of the last this week. When these clones learn to become Hiratian, and even 4 against 1, this of course is a fierce one. I thought, parrying the attack of one of them. But at this moment, I notice out of the corner of my eye a flying kunai with a mark. You want to kill me, most likely, my last thoughts. However, as soon as I noticed the dumbfounded clone, everything suddenly became clearer and slower, by several orders of magnitude. Even, some blurred movements became visible, in several places, which I took for an attack, and put them there for a meeting, this, even before I had time to understand it. However, after that, when the battle stopped, I stood in AE. I parried the blow, which had not yet been completely carried along the trajectory, which he could have changed. I stood there in prostration until that clone raised his voice. Are you, okay? He asked quietly, but enough for me to come to my senses. I just looked up at him and he stepped back looking into my eyes. What's wrong with our eyes? He asked, even confusing the family. What's wrong with them? Why do the other clones look like that? Not understanding anything, I brought the steel to my face, looking at the blade of the blade, at my reflection. And there, I saw how this iris was rotating, and there was more red in the pupil. This is Jujitsu, and how does it work? I looked at this action in fascination with my iris playing and my pupil unable to look away. A minute later, after moving away from this action and dispelling the clones, I went to collect equipment from the training. Having finished, I went to the mentor. However, there were a number of thoughts in my head. What should I call this eye? This is clearly not a Sharingan, although reading attacks and improving reactions is very similar to it, I thought, approaching the rock. Climbing up it, a series of thoughts were spinning in my head and I could not figure out what this eye reminded me of. As if my name is Whirlpool, I thought, at first as a joke. However, then I stopped, thinking and realizing that this is clearly what I meant. Yuzushio, his eye, the eye of the whirlpool, or Yuzugen, I brought up the thought. Involuntarily feeding the chakras in the eye into the expanded channels, more of it, I made my way into the cave. I reached the mentor in different emotions, however, I didn't even notice it myself. Naruto, he wanted to finish, but noticed my eye. He looked at them until I came to my senses. Forgive me Garudinid-san, I came to ask you about my speedy departure to the adjacent world of summoning minotaurs. I really wanted to study their Tai and Ken as soon as possible, I said in a bow. He just fell silent, looking into my eyes, and then he spoke. I see, I thought that this time would come soon, however, it was expected. How are you and what kind of eyes did you awaken him? The mentor asked me, stating a fact. Yes, sensei, that's true. Today, literally half an hour ago, he, by the way, can help me in studying close combat. However, I didn't know this kind of jujitsu, rather it's the only one of its kind, I told him. Interesting, you gave him a name anyway, right? He asked, looking me defiantly in the eyes. Smiling at the edge of my lips, confirming his thoughts, I said. That's right, Yuzugen or, the eye of the whirlpool, I finished, not without pride, looking back. After this conversation, a few days later, I, accompanied by a mentor, went to the neighboring world of summoning, only he knew how to get there. Together we were transported to an unknown place. At first impression, it was underground and somewhat similar to the Thunderbird's rock. They didn't let me contemplate this area for a long time. Garudinid squeaked and took off. Following his silent order and activating my Senin mode, I moved after him. In flight, I managed to notice more details. It was clearly a cave. A huge cave. In the distance, a building could be seen. If it were ours, would definitely say that it was a prison, or something like that. However, here, it's hard to say anything. There were some other buildings and creatures without eyes, however, they clearly saw us. It's not that if you die you won't get up, but it had its effect. And so, we got to some kind of huge labyrinth. Mentor-san, are you sure that we have? Before I had time to ask, he interrupted me. Yes, boy, we are where we need to be. don't doubt it anymore and fly after me, he said, rising into the air again. Which I repeated after him. We flew towards this labyrinth. A minute later, we were already flying over it. What can I say? It is clearly huge and in length only on one side. It probably takes up a dozen kilometers. On this flight, I noticed that it was a series of moves, hundreds if not thousands. I wonder how many of them lead to a dead end. Flying over the next passages, I began to notice remains, clearly human. These were clearly people. Most likely many of them wanted to get in and get called up, but ended up like this. I wonder if these are their minotaurs? I thought. Before leaving, the mentor advised and gave basic knowledge of how to themselves, and their structure of life. What can I say? In a sense, I was very surprised. They are predators, like cats, but intelligent and recognize only force. However, the typical animal world, we are not far from they left him, I noticed, not without disgust. We flew past a new fork and Garudinid glanced sideways at me, apparently noticing my condition, but said nothing. However, what can you say? A few minutes later, we turned again, closer to the southeast to the far part of this labyrinth. If we look around now, we are practically in the center and in such consecration there is no end or edge in sight. After various thoughts and their sequences, we flew forward until one thought came to me. However, I've even forgotten to think about it. Over the last 24 hours I've already forgotten about Yuzugen. Since now I have it, I'll obviously need to train it, but how? I thought a lot. In fact, he mutated from my pupil, which was partly Kurama's inheritance, I remembered, not without sadness. However, he awakened under synthesis with the genes of Indra, but from the Uzumaki gene, I continued the logical chain. That is, this is Dojutsu. Kurama, Uchiha and Uzumaki? I thought confused. The mentor noticed my condition and apparently wanted to call out, but I went too deep into myself and was out of reach. How difficult all this is, however, and it gives nothing, except the knowledge that he may well have a number of Sharingan abilities, but from my genes, most likely, something was also passed on, I thought while my mentor was trying to call me. So I would have continued to hammer into thoughts to the best of my ability, but the flew at me like a wing. You fool, if I call, respond, this is not a resort for you, and you need to listen to your mentor, he said instructively and sternly. Sorry Garudinid-san, I thought about a number of things and was inattentive, my fault, I answered him. He wanted to answer something to this, but changed his mind as he moved forward again. Don't do that again until, by the way, we're almost there, he finished, looking ahead. Which I repeated after him, and saw a whole clearing in the middle of the labyrinth, with many strange, structures, probably buildings. Having still not understood the essence and their purpose, I decided not to bother myself with this extra rubbish for now and keep up with the teacher. A minute later, we stood in the very center of this space. And after a few more minutes, a whole cloud of minotaurs of the same type began to converge on us. By the way, their appearance is somewhat similar to people crossed with bulls, as he said. They stood in a semicircle and the tallest of the crowd came out. He was even taller than me. He was dressed in shining armor. Other than that and his height, he didn't particularly stand out. Garudinid, you haven't visited us for a long time, and what kind of suicide bomber is he with you? This guy, apparently the leader, asked him. The mentor at this only narrowed his eyes and issued a piercing squeak, silencing all the hubbub. No. This is our summoner and the one I consider worthy, he said. At this, a whisper passed among the silent minotaurs, and their leader began to think. You say, okay, then to the point, why are you here? He asked him, changing the subject. He didn't answer, just stood there and looked down on them. There is one request, to teach the Ken and Tai of our summoner, my mentor answered. Among the minotaurs, grunting began, probably this was laughter, however, the rest of its details were clearly similar, only the head did not laugh. Raising his axe, which, by the way, was double-sided, closer to the axe, but smaller. He silenced all of his people, only then speaking. You know. I'm interested in the idea. If you already recognized him, it will be interesting to see what this worm is good for, and whether it has a rod, he said with a grin, literally emitting steam from his face. There was silence. He walked a few steps forward. My mentor was silent. After a few moments, looking at me, he nodded, allowing me to choose. Well, what about me? If I refuse, obviously nothing good will come of it, even though we leave, but I won't become stronger, which means there's only one option. Nodding, without turning around, I also took a few steps towards him. There were 4 meters between us. We stood exactly opposite each other. Well, surprise me, then maybe I'll teach you, he said. And he took off, which made me even faint, only having managed to enter hermit mode. The attack was from the right. I parried with a kunai charged with chakra. It survived. Only after puffing out smoke did he go on the attack again. I directed enough chakra into the Yuzugen. Immediately everything became clearer. I began to analyze and parry his movements, trying to copy them. It came out weakly, but it did. Block, withdrawal of the weapon, and now I want to attack, as he, again, bends his hand in an incredible way, again going on the attack. I dodge from the line of impact, balancing and spinning in the air. I try to hit him, unsuccessfully. In one of the rotations I release the kunai. Of course he dodges and I just smile. Hiration, I'm the only one who says it. And so I appear behind him, at the same second taking out the tanto, but even I am surprised. His reaction is excellent. He parries the blow. I just, with the force given by the parry and with the already unstable stance, again go into revolutions, in one of them, seeing a gap in his defense, aiming at his eye, but getting into the muzzle, cutting off part of the nose, without touching the ring. Because of this, he even howled, falling to his knee. I found myself next to him, putting the tanto to his neck. That's it, are you giving up? It was somehow easy, however. If I didn't have one of my trump cards, I could have lost. Don't even dream about it. His voice takes on a rumbling note and I just managed to jump away. Looking at him, I see that indeed, now part of his muzzle was bleeding. However, he only went further into the battle. His eyes glowed red. Well, you should be doubly careful, I thought, straining the chakra in my eyes to the maximum. And using my kunai, next to which I am transported to him, strikes again, but it is parried, although not completely, this time hitting his tunic and one of its elements. Seeing this, I use the Rinnegan, and change to it and charge it at the body with a swing of my leg. It flies off, dropping the axe. Now, he wants to pick her up. With lightning speed he finds himself next to her, but again, the Rinnegan. And this time from foot to face, he flies off again and goes wild. Yes, apparently, he was hoping for an easy victory. However, it's worth admitting, many of the Kages wouldn't have even repelled a number of my attacks, but he was even at some points at the level of speed, a Hiration. Enough, you've seen the strength, you've already lost, give up, I say arrogantly. Never, he growls more than ever. His relatives want to break into battle, but surrender, to whom I told, I'm a beast, I too, have my limit. And using the Susanoo, the form changes one another with great speed, creating an armed Susanoo. And so, I stand next to him and in the form of a more than 10-meter Susanoo. Everyone looks at this in shock. I just push his hand out, creating a blade. I said, give up, I say, pointing the blade of pure chakra at him. I give up, the defeated and wounded enemy pronounces. That's great, it wasn't difficult, I say, dispelling my Susanoo. Approaching him, I folded a string of seals. He wanted to do something, but didn't have time. This will help heal, although not right away, I say while applying the seals. He fell silent, watching my actions. At the end, the seal was already working, and he clearly began to feel the changes and gave the command to hang up. After some time, we said goodbye to Garudinid. Well, I'm here for maybe 2 months, maximum 3, but after their end, a whole year is approaching, in the world of conscription and a quick return back with it. The day itself passed smoothly, there were no major incidents, I was even accommodated in a separate hut. It's still them, even though they look strange. By the way, many of them looked askance at me, but remained silent. Many of them clearly saw that demonstration of force and did not want to repeat everything that was shown. The day itself passed more calmly, training was scheduled for tomorrow, and at the same time this one, will move away from everything. My day passed with such thoughts, in which, I trained far from everyone, even though there were many onlookers, and knows why the people came, I still don't understand. Sometimes they were nearby. After 1 month. During this time, many events happened. In fact, I began training with the leader of the Minotaurs. By the way, his name was Asterius. Later, we talked a little even about the topic of fighting, and after training and sparring, he somehow became more sociable. We can say that we became good rivals in battle. By the way, he recovered quickly and even thanked me later. Why did I eat at that time? Well, he neighed so much in my face, worse than those Minotaurs then. Well, what am I? I also neighed like a horse, but because of his laughter. Sparring, however, took place at a rather interesting pace. Basically, at the beginning I limited myself in techniques, practicing only Tai and Ken with Yuzugen, sometimes using the Rinnegan to develop tactics for the future. However, Asterius was not against it, he was only for it. He himself took some points from our sparring and became stronger. Gradually, I even copied his style, developing both Tai and Ken and Yuzugen. In such active use, it showed itself at its maximum until one incident occurred, but more about it later. After all, it was already closer to the end of the month. As for individual powers, I trained the Rinnegan alone. Of course, the paths developed well, however, there was nowhere to train the human path here yet, but I wanted to. But Asterius will obviously be offended, and we have only just built a normal relationship with him, so it's not worth it. The elements have developed well, the futon will soon catch up with the Raiden, and then the connections with the Katan are just around the corner. I increased the weights to 2,300 kilograms, I think when I reach 3 tons I will just train without increasing the loads, also a kind of training, especially if you increase the standards. The cube and chakra control, what can I say? If it didn't become preoperative then it was very close, there was enough chakra for so much that I didn't have time to deplete, which is good in a sense. Sen chakra, by the way, in this aspect I sometimes trained with Asterius, although I started at the end of the month, due to the emergence of normal relationships. What can I say? Their style of taijutsu is something, however, I don't think it's worth talking about it. What about control over Sun? It was not inferior to the main one, but the form of summoning, so far was only practiced in battle, however, also practice. Hiraition and Susanoo also received their dose of attention, although not as much as the others, but I tried not to forget them. Basically, I trained intangibility in the same way, mainly for fights and tactics in close combat, often simply, I didn't have time for it, and when it was necessary, it was too late. Raisenring, by the way, was improving quite well, thanks to training in chakra and futon control, in general, also did not stand still. In general, returning to the event that happened towards the end of the month. There was another sparring, but this one can be called that with a fair stretch. After all, in fact, it was a full-fledged battle, with all that it entails. Moreover, it was quite long. We had clearly been fighting for several hours and of course I was without many techniques. After all, only in such conditions can you hone your Ken and Tai to the maximum, and today was naturally the first. I don't know what the reason is, but this time, it was clearly not my personal limitation of abilities for targeted training that played a role, but Asterius' experience and skill. Whatever you say, but he is clearly a master of fighting. In general, it was like this. During the battle, we fought again to the maximum, he was a little worse for wear. Me too, relatively speaking, after all, I'm still far from reaching his level in pure Ken, but everything is ahead of me. And here comes the attack again, this time from him, but I use intangibility. But this time, he again bends his limb with a swing, unnatural in both direction and strength, striking me with a blow, and I just removed the intangibility, and went on the attack. And so, I think that's all. The speed of his limb is strong, clearly enough to, at a minimum, send me into a comatose state. I even already see this, but suddenly the Yuzugen begins to hurt sharply, everything seems to have frozen, and went backwards, for a couple of moments, and now, again he raises his paw, but I parry it with my hand with a tanto charged with chakra, cutting his handle guns. From such a striking force, he is even thrown back slightly, after which he just gets up with an expression on his face. Just happened, however, I understand him. I myself am now in the same state and am trying to analyze the whole situation. My eye again, unnaturally hurts, so much so that I involuntarily grabbed it, sinking to my knees, and felt something warm flowing down my hand. This is blood, obviously, that's all I thought through this pain. But trying not to fall in front of my opponent, I rise up and cover my eye with my hand. Hey, what are you doing? It seems strange, he didn't finish, noticing that blood was flowing from under my hand. After all, I obviously didn't hit you, and you, what was that? He pounced on me. I, unable to bear it, growled, so much so, that even he fell silent. I would like to know myself, let me figure it out. I didn't finish, falling silent and calming down. He said nothing to this, just looked at the stump in his hand, sighing heavily. This was my favorite axe, he spoke into the void. I didn't even pay attention to this, I completely withdrew into myself and began to analyze the situation. Sitting down on the nearest stone and removing my hand from my eye, taking out the bandage, I began to wipe the eyeliners. By the way, the eye itself was more or less fine, but it still hurt. So, what we have is somehow connected with the eye. Yes, they didn't hit me, and judging by what's happening with it now, and what happened, only one conclusion suggests itself: this is a Dojutsu technique. I realized the obvious. However, it's curious, preventing something by turning it into genjutsu, is that what it is? I've reached a dead end. So, wait, if I remember everything correctly, then a similar ability is Izanagi. However, having a number of similar features, this is not it. My eye sees and I feel it, just like the chakra channels that hurt. Once again, I went into a frenzy. Meanwhile, in the real world, having wiped and bandaged my eye, I sat down in place. So, this is something new, and it didn't look like a genjutsu, even used on myself, which means this is some new feature of the eye. I decided to conclude the obvious. Well, I don't remember any other feature of the Sharingan or other eyes that looks like this, which means I'll need to give a name, but first. I decided to go one by one, without getting ahead of myself. But first, it will be necessary to master it more, judging by the fact that I can still see him. I just, greatly overstrained him. It's hard to say. This is a side effect of the technique itself, which cannot be removed, as a kind of payment for it, or gain, although not completely or even to the end, as control over Susanoo. I thought about this. Having thought it over and coming to logical conclusions, we'll see, I got up from the stone. Meanwhile, Asterius had already moved away and was just waiting for me. Well, what was that? He asked, looking at me. Believe it or not, but apparently the ability of my eye is one of them, but it's too early to talk about anything. It's worth studying in more detail. I briefly informed about the main thing. He just snorted, I mean, through his nostrils. Well, I can't call it anything else. I wouldn't even be surprised if you still have something in that eye, he said with obvious sarcasm. Sometimes. I envy you terribly. However, to each his own and his own destiny, but one cannot help but admit that yours is clearly entertaining, he said boredly, but somehow with intrigue. I couldn't understand what it was. It's too strange. Sometimes it seems to me that almost everyone, except me, knows more about my future than I do. However, Perhaps he is only drawing conclusions based on strength. Well, and Garudinid, as it turned out, he respects him greatly during the time we met, and his trust and faith in me is also some kind of indicator for him. I thought I decided not to dwell on it. Having chuckled to close the topic, I said goodbye and turned around to go to my hut. "Hey, where are you going? What about sparring?" he said, even somehow offended. Oh my, I can't even believe it. Lately, over this month he has opened up such a side of the child. However, even at the very beginning, there was something similar, I thought. I'm going about my business, and I have enough other training, and even more so, to think about everything related to the eye, or should I do it here? I asked in a half-turn. He, remembering one of the recent days when I spent almost the entire day thinking about one thing, almost not noticing anything, just grimaced. "Okay, go, then we'll continue," he said, picking up the stumps of his former weapon. Turning around, I continued on my way to the temporary home. There was something to think about. After another month. Briefly, it began with a study of the Uzugin's abilities, especially in the direction of a new technique. By the way, it had already been given a name, but only closer to the middle of the month, and more about that in general, later. As for training in Ken and Tai, of course, they were the main ones and took up almost half of the time, if not more. In such a situation, there was not much time left for anything else. However, the physical ones were mixed with this, therefore the slightly increased weight to 2400 was also a plus, and with such loads, even more so, the body itself was already quite suitable for the title, the desire of every one woman. However, it was intended only for one, most likely, it was her. I often thought about it. And this, in turn, gave me strength. Whatever you say, I had the same goal. Returning to training, most of my free time I spent on such things, Susanoo, Hiraishin and chakra control along with Sun. What about Susanoo? The progress was relatively great. I was even able to activate a new form, humanoid, but with problems. But this can be solved with long training, because whatever you say, I have a special Rinnegan. And I'm a mediocre Uchiha, but that's all. Even for Uchiha geniuses, such indicators, in such a time frame, are clearly nonsense. Hiraishin often trained him with Tai and Ken. When it was possible, he will clearly come in handy, and in his free time, on reaction, jumping in different corners of the maze. Chakra control, by the way, has finally reached a level that you don't have to be ashamed of, but there is still work to be done. There is something to be done. Sun, as always at the top. In this regard, I spent more time removing the form. It was a success, all the more often I used it in Tai. What about Tai and Ken themselves? They were the most successful. I still think I'll linger here for a bit to get the maximum benefit out of this, and then I'll return back to my world of summoning. There are a couple of things left there. And then, I will finally return to her, with new strength now. I will clearly be able to protect her. Similar thoughts often came to me, and what can I say, I was glad for them. By the way, about Uzumaki, over the past 2 months, my hair has completely turned scarlet. Its shade was lighter, somewhat similar even to Karen. Now, I finally began to feel like a purebred Uzumaki, and at the same time, every time I go over in my head why all this is being done. Returning to the Uzugen, as I said, I gave the name to one of the features, Jayakuren, although, to be honest, it turned out that it can not only go into the past, for a while, rewind, but and into the future. In battle, it's simply an unrealistic thing. For this, perhaps, Madara himself would simply work without straightening up. Well, something carried me away. As for her powers and the payment for her, nothing can be said with certainty. However, everything is much better than it could have been. To put it mildly, the non-combat state marked by its activation is not a constant joke. To be more precise, this is due to primary activation. However, similar symptoms still appeared with further use, but less so. From which, based on a series of similar cases, the conclusion was drawn. This is, again, perhaps not completely, it will be visible in the future, however, it is so. And this made this ability almost illegal, in terms of use. With the proper level of strength, with maximum capabilities, in terms of mastering it, you can become almost invincible. However, do not forget, everything has its weaknesses and relying on one trick can be fatal. With such conclusions about him, everything ended, for now. However, its use in Tai and Ken continued, so mastering the style and reading the movement became somewhat easier, in general, also useful. But, that's not all, as it turned out. I said that this is one of his abilities, so it turned out that there is another one, and I found out this at the beginning of a new month, and this. There was the ability, to see the flows of vital energy. It is not spiritual and not physical, and not their component, chakra, but vital, something that cannot be seen by anything, something that can be mowed down at a time with a couple of words, breaking the heart, as they say, something that cannot be corrected by training, but can be strengthened by the will to live, and much more. I realized that my command of it was quite original. I trained another one, Jayakuren, and at the same time took a break from the main types of training, but that was not the case. Of course, it didn't happen at the snap of a finger. When I tried to reproduce this technique in battles with a clone, as had happened before, I came across a new facet. Such, that I began to see light, faded light green streams. At first, I did not attach any importance to this. However, when I noticed Asterius watching me in his dense stream, almost the size of a tree, I nevertheless paid attention to it. Yes, and the Rinnegan, I clearly saw his chakra. He wasn't hiding much, especially since his presence would have been doomed to be recognized in any case. However, the fact that this was done with the help of Yuzugen is something new. However, at first, I didn't understand it, but I still caught the strangeness and decided to start researching the unknown again. Something in this matter, I'm already a guru. Come out, Asterius, what are you worth, the most inconspicuous one or something? I asked into the void. I received no answer, only the sound of a sigh and footsteps. A minute later, he was already standing next to me, but I was sitting in a half-turn. I had no time for him. Well, little man, there's nothing to say. It's hard to take you by surprise, and lately, even more so. I'm even pleased, to some extent, that I had a hand in the birth of such a monster, he said with a grin. Humph. Me too, a monster. He doesn't really look like a noble gentleman, I answered with sarcasm. He wanted to argue something, or perhaps even rush into battle, but he changed his mind. After a few seconds, his peculiar laugh filled the space. However, you're right, it's a small thing, but that's not the point. When you plan to return, he asked directly. I thought, in general, it would be nice to have another month to hone the knowledge I have acquired and the fighting style that has just begun to take shape. A month, somewhere no more, and so, little time remains before returning to my world, I said, even with longing, because there she is waiting for me, and here I am her. Apparently, this was noticeable, at least in tone, or he was simply not as stupid as I thought in such matters. Humph. If I didn't know you creatures, I wouldn't attach any importance to this. However, you're sad, about something specific, and not about your world, he said, almost falling to the point. If it had been earlier, I would have been surprised, but I finally understood, and he confirmed that summoned animals, especially adjacent ones, almost always feel this way. So, not for the first time, but even so, only a couple of muscles trembled on my face. Maybe so, you don't need to know this. First of all, this is, secondly, it doesn't concern you, I said absolutely coldly. He didn't answer anything, he just continued to glare, but after a minute he said, I don't understand you, you're fragile. However, it's even better this way. He nodded to his thoughts, completely not paying attention to me. Well, what am I? And I just continued to sit and concentrate on this energy. After all, I just realized that this was something new and clearly related to the eye, and here, this one. Hey, who am I talking to? Have you completely lost your fear? Apparently, I somehow hurt his pride. However, Actually, it was you who interrupted me and started a dialogue, firstly, and secondly, you began to babble something under your breath, completely abandoning the topic of dialogue, and thirdly, you're disturbing me, I said with emphasis. Although we have neutral relations, now, as I said, they are basically competitive, but that's exactly what it is and nothing more, and such visits sometimes infuriate. He again wanted to say something, and even started, but then stopped. Are you studying something new? He asked, having guessed. Without turning my head, I nodded, taking a short pause, then interrupting it. On the one hand, I'm training Gyakuren with Yuzugen, if you remember what that is, I said looking at him. He winced, remembering the last moments with its use, or the first. However, during his training, now. I found something new, but then, you came, I snapped, still looking at him. He just hesitated, opening his eyes and almost falling on his butt. It would be funny if it weren't so sad, I thought. This, again? Won't you be fat? So what now? He asked, coming out of his trance. I just turned my head back, looking away and not saying too much. Exactly, I can't say myself, however, in any case, I'm busy right now. If you wanted something important, say it now, if not, get out, you understand, I don't have a lot of time, I snapped again. To which, there was still an answer, although not immediately. Well, a couple of teenagers here have problems with their limbs, they're a bit too, well, violent, you know, he said. Clearly trying to connect all the words. I just tooted, that's where we need to start. Firstly, I'm too busy and this is a waste of time. Secondly, this is possibly a waste of the time of those who trust you. That's where we should have started. Me too. Are you the leader or me? Who should care about the health of the people? I ask, getting up and dispelling those clones who went to train the elements during the conversation. Well, so to speak, he started, but I turned him around. Well, so, as if, I spoke deliberately slowly, as if I were suffering from autism. He obviously didn't like it, but he remained silent. I just nodded and said, lead the way. Next time, start with the main thing, you'll save overall time, even if it's inconvenient. After all, you are the leader of the pack, I said instructively. He didn't answer anything as he walked forward, however, after a few meters he said. That's right, you're right, after all, my father would clearly be unhappy with this, and thank you, he said, although not loudly, but my hearing still allowed me to hear him. I just nodded, following him. We should then look more carefully into this feature of the eye, I thought. However, first, pressing problems, I decided, looking at the back looming in front. After almost 1 month. So I'm approaching the third and last month here. A lot has also happened during it. It's even difficult to start with something, but perhaps I'll try. Of course, the most important, perhaps, are 2 aspects, but I'll start with Jujutsu. Yuzugen, of course, showed himself to the highest score simply when I thought that he would only be an imitator of the Sharingan. I did not even expect such features. In general, he is no less useful than the Rinnegan in a sense. Of course, I trained Gyakuren with Yuzugen to the maximum. The pain threshold decreased, even significantly. Now, after using it, there were no such difficulties. However, if you use it twice in a row, there were, but it is also logical. However, there is still a lot of work here. The new vision of vital energy itself turned out to be really just that, which made this eye practically priceless and, unlike the same Byakugan, a universal reconnaissance device. After all, he can easily make a mistake, even take the same little sister's story about the Chunin exam or Nagato's puppet. When mentioning the latter, during the analogy, I even felt sad. However, as I promised, I won't be sad over trifles, and it's still early, nothing is clear, in fact. Now, judging from what was there, it was much easier to establish clones from the original. At least some part of the vital energy was spent on their creation, which, by the way, then naturally, like chakra, returns. But the original, and its reserves, especially in the case of my little sister, have no chance. And about the puppets, those same ones. I'll probably keep silent at all. In general, the Jujitsu is excellent and I obviously wouldn't change it. By the way, having decided to explore my body, I discovered a strange connection in DNA, even though I am generally zero in this area. However, it is interesting, despite the fact that this connection is from my genes, but it somehow interested me. There was no time, opportunity, or knowledge to study this in detail, therefore, I decided to put it off of my own accord until better times. Back to the main topic, Tai and Ken. Well, both of those aren't my weak points anymore, where only improvisation and madness can win the game. Although I am very far from becoming a master, this business, and the ideal, I have almost the entire base and now I will only hone it for maximum results. By the way, the weights have become heavier to more than 2,600 kilos, especially with such persistent physical training, especially forever in them. This is a separate topic. I think it clearly deserves respect. Susanoo is one of my favorite themes. I mastered the humanoid form in a pretty decent way. I even came up with the idea of using Senchakra through the Rinnegan to create it. And not only for her, in general. For many of his techniques, as well as for Yusugen for some moments, albeit less useful. Hiration, what can I say, everything was reduced to pretty good numbers. I moved from one corner of the labyrinth to another faster and faster. If I give him a couple of months separately, then clearly there will be no one equal to me in speed now. By the way, chakra control, unfortunately, there was little time. However, all this training of other chakra-using techniques clearly had a positive effect on him. By the way, Asterius and I found a common language, as one thing became clear, especially his words about his father. Before him, of course, his father was the leader, in general, if we draw an analogy a la the mummy of this world. However, here he has no one to betray, but his essence and methods were the same. His son himself grew up quite capricious and arrogant like all minotaurs, but not a weakling, what can I say? He wanted to prove to everyone and himself that he could and would be the strongest and would achieve this himself, without any encouragement. This was his goal. The title of leader itself did not appeal to him at all, but nevertheless he had to. The funny thing is that he was struck by one of the people who found himself in the world of conscription. There were few details, in general, there were none at all, but this is a fact. Since then, he had to lead his tribe. By the way, this was not so long ago, just a couple of decades ago. And so, the time was approaching for me to go back, to my world of summoning. To this, a number of minotaurs, and Asterius himself, even came to say goodbye. You know, although I can't call you a friend, as they call you, I hope that we have at least become friends, he said, holding out his paw. I thought, standing next to him, something gave me déjà vu. As if it happened, but as they say, not with me. In another world, with other consequences, with other personalities, and in general. After thinking about this for a few seconds, I finally came out of my trance. I think, it could be arranged, buddy, I said. Smiling for the first time here. To which, even his muzzle became presentable, while the rest, on the whole, remained silent. On such a note, I left this world of conscription, having resealed my contract. Lastly, I promised to visit him someday and spar again. Afterwards, I found myself in the same clearing where I always trained. Apparently, this is my summoning point, the place with which he is especially strong, I thought while looking around the area. But I was not allowed to contemplate this beauty for a long time. Rook landed nearby. Oops, look who got carried away, we already thought you were done there, he said with sarcasm. Yeah, you can't wait, I still haven't figured out why I'm missing out on your children, I answered him. He just covered himself with his wings, apparently he understood who I meant. Yes, by the way, as I said, I got along with many people here, especially, these were Rook and Garudinid. Of course, there were others, but that's not the point. The point is that Rook liked one, but he was afraid, but I'm sure that sooner or later, he will still admit. Where will he go? Why I need to make a flight here, so I'll see you, he said, flapping his wings and taking off. I tried to keep a straight face, but it didn't work. I just exploded wildly. Probably even he heard my laughter. However, what will happen? Having laughed at poor Romeo, I decided to go home and put everything there that I had brought with me, both myself and some things to remember. I decided to take a walk. After almost 3 months underground, let's just say, fresh air is wonderful. I just walked and enjoyed it. It's the season here, everything is green. With this attitude, I reached the rock relatively calmly, meeting some people. But they still knew me, some even bowed. Not that I am against it, however, I always considered it unnecessary, therefore, trying not to provoke various similar situations and answering with a bow, I tried to avoid this. What can I say, in general? It's more comfortable here than there, but underground also had its own atmosphere. Deciding to first sort out my wardrobe, I went to my house. Having entered it, I created a couple of clones and began to print out things from the press, giving instructions to them. Something, and there were enough seals even in the house, and the Harem was only one of them, the rest had a variety of purposes, from storage seals to banal stasis. At a measured pace, for about half an hour I sorted everything into shelves. After finishing, I decided to exhale. After all, 2 months, if not 3, of intense training lay ahead. And Garudanid will wait to see what happens to him. He is a mentor, he will understand. With such thoughts, I sat down at the table, printing food from the stasis seal. One of the clones took it, stuck it in another, temperature, a minute and it was done. There are no gas stoves, so at least that's it. However, it's even somehow more special or something. I thought, taking my plate back. I didn't want to think too much, I just ate a couple of dishes and went to bed. I woke up, obviously in the evening. I remembered the day after the operation. A similar situation over time was, however, completely different. Well, there's nothing to say, even if my sister will beat me for this, but I hope not too much. I allowed myself to smile. During all this time, there wasn't a day that I didn't remember her. I didn't try to isolate myself or forget, I just concentrated on training, and she herself, without even knowing it, gave me strength for this, even when they were not there. And on free evenings, or while eating, when there was a break, all I could think about was her. No training even came close to my mind. Without thinking twice, I got out of bed. I think it's clearly worth taking a walk and exercising. The exact time, who knows, however, is something around 3 in the morning. Well, but it will be a long day. With such thoughts, I began to get ready and left the house, closing the door and transporting myself to my favorite training ground, in the night light. Once there, I decided to train Susanoo. Still, even though I had progress in it, it was difficult to pay proper attention to it. Meanwhile, intangibility, the elements and a little bit of the Rinnegan are crying somewhere on the sidelines. But what can you do? You had to set priorities, and Yuzugan even now is no less important than the Rinnegan itself, taking into account the fact that I still mastered it better than Yuzugan, for a number of reasons, but this is easily fixable. Again, concentrating and instantly going through all the forms. I no longer create Susanoo step by step, but right away. It looks no less impressive, but much more effective in battle. This will still be the main combat power and protection in difficult close combat, but relying on eyes or Harem alone is stupid, I thought while creating the sword and shield. Lately, my control over Susanoo has grown considerably, therefore, there were no certain difficulties in creating its artifacts. It will be necessary to train him even harder and reach the final form, if there is one. Obito talked about the one that Madara was able to achieve, completed Susanoo. I remembered again, I remembered his words. If I can master it, it will be a huge help in any case, especially in its development, I thought, concentrating chakra in different parts of Susanoo, training both general control and point control. In this mode, several hours passed. During this time, the eye just began to get a little tired or, more simply put, to get sick, when it was already enough. I finished this workout. It was already light around, for a long time, in general, but not very much, probably about 8 o'clock now. I thought, holding on to my eye, for the last hour, I have used it to the maximum. I still need to grow, and without overcoming the limit it is unrealistic. Deciding to take a break, I wrapped him in the fabric I had taken from the seal and sat down under a tree. And he went into his own thoughts, turning away from the whole world. Lost in thought. I was so lost in myself that I didn't notice Garudinid, who was already nearby. Well, hello, student, and why didn't he visit his mentor? He asked, completely calmly, but suddenly. I almost jumped from this, but fully realizing what was happening, I answered. Sorry, mentor, he was out of the way, and in general, lately he's been giving it his all, so immediately, practically, he fell asleep. I apologized to him. He just smiled, without saying anything, he just stared at the horizon, standing next to her. I followed his example and looked at nature, on the other side of the river, behind the training ground. But it didn't last long. In the end, he broke the silence. I see, well, then I think we can continue tomorrow. Today, as I understand it, you too, on your own? He asked without turning around. I, just noting this to myself, followed his example, echoing. I think so. I'll train a little later, I'll do something that I couldn't do earlier or there wasn't time, I'll breathe out and go to bed early, tired, so that tomorrow, start everything over again. I agreed with him. He nodded and after a couple of seconds added. Well, what about the world itself? Were there any problems? And your strength level, do you think you have become stronger? He asked 3 questions head-on, even turning to me. It was strange, however, perhaps he was worried and I was here, still. Shaking my head, driving away unnecessary thoughts and promising myself to be more attentive in such matters, I answered. Well, what can I say, the world is like a world, unique, even though Asterius was quite problematic, in the end, we could even say we became friends. I spoke completely measuredly and calmly. From this, Garudinid's eyebrows even went up, I couldn't help but laugh. He just frowned and squeaked with displeasure and began to lament. What kind of young people have gone, they don't care about their elders, he began, in that spirit. However, he later picked it up when I distorted it, or rather, his reaction. Having finished with the tomfoolery and exhaled, I continued. Well, as you already understood, everything went there, a little peculiar, there were problems, of course, some even such that wow, in terms of useful ones, I decided to clarify, seeing a misunderstanding. But we can talk about this later. In general, I would say everything is excellent. Strength, yes, I have become stronger by how much, it's difficult to say, however, soon, at this rate I will have enough strength to accomplish those goals. I finished my speech, highlighting what I said earlier. He just nodded and looked at me again and said. However, you've been here for a long time, how long? I don't count such small segments, he began, but then thought about it, asking a question into the void. I just remembered how much, and literally a couple of days later, it's already like a year. To be precise, almost a full 12 months, literally, the day after tomorrow is a year, I said, raising my gaze to him. Because of this, he even fell out, apparently he didn't understand, but then he said. I see, you're counting time, maybe you even want to go back, to someone, he said, clearly with a hint. I, remembering our conversation, even before departure, just nodded, giving him confirmation. He just smiled and, turning away again, continued. I see, that means nothing has changed, that's good, but the time, it seems you wanted it for 3 months, and if 5 to 1, he began, slightly thoughtful. However, I did not allow him to do this, instantly dismissing his simple calculations. Yes, that's right, 2 months or 3 at most, no more, and it's time for me to go back, I snapped. He just sighed and muttered something again, but did not repeat it out loud. Okay. I won't distract you, but come in the evening anyway, we'll talk, he said, turning towards the rock. Be there, mentor, until the evening, I answered him after the flying bird. The whole day passed rather monotonously, I continued, starting with a physical warm-up. After all, this is worth paying a lot of attention to. After all, one of the foundations of a shinobi is strength. I trained, measuredly, and almost immediately switched to something that I couldn't practice much in the world of minotaurs, namely the elements and intangibility. The first one started quite problematically, as if complaining, they say, they abandoned us, so remember, everything in a row. The second is intangibility, with this it was easier to devote a couple of hours to it too. However, the most interesting thing is fuin. Although there was also time for it in the world of minotaurs, it was not possible to do anything special, since it took up a fair amount of time. In general, the whole situation was about the same as with the elements, but simpler. After all, I am an Uzumaki, however, abuse. It's not worth it. The day passed with various workouts, evening was approaching and I trudged home tired. Having reached the rock and being inside, the first thing I did was go to the mentor, as was discussed earlier. Once there and exchanging new greetings, a dialogue began. Well, Naruto, there is a similar problem again, although you have done a lot for us, but still, he didn't have time to finish. Are there still new applicants and those who can go through evolution? I asked. By the way, this was exactly the term that we used in relation to this seal. He just nodded, not objecting or complimenting, only confirming. Well, you know my answer, the main thing is that they come, otherwise, I have their dead carcasses on my conscience, I don't need it, you understand, I threw up my hands. He nodded again and added. Yes. I understand, I think this is worth discussing tomorrow, as I see, you're not quite in the right condition for this, he said, looking at me. That is, for sure, even if I refused, he postponed it until later, and persuaded, cunning, however, this is he, the true leader of his pack, I thought, at the same time, a grin gradually blossomed on his face. Perhaps, Asterius, one day he will become the same, and his people will also idolize him, and not be afraid, I thought, nodding and turning towards the house. See you tomorrow, mentor, I said with my back to him, slightly mocking him. But, having received no answer, he headed home with a grin. The following days passed at different paces. From the next morning, as agreed yesterday, I began to inspect and check, so to speak, the selected for evolution. What can I say, almost half dropped out, however, the rest went for it. Probably, this is the last time, for now, who knows, what will happen then, in just a couple of months, I will see her, and in general, I will leave the world of conscription. Although it's good here in its own way, but nevertheless it's unusual, and this is not my world, after all. What can I say? According to the overall results, many were already successful according to forecasts, again 1 month of a tense situation, but less, now, there was enough time for all the training. After all, as I said earlier, printing, as well as its use, has been improved, and therefore the result has become faster and the process a little safer. Returning to the main business, the first days of the new month were very eventful, not only for this reason, Garudinid and Rook decided to arrange a feast, in honor of my year in the world of conscription and, accordingly, something like a farewell ceremony, even though it is far from it. The training returned to its usual structure, the emphasis was on the elements and chakra control, in general, the rest was leftover. I devoted as much time as possible to Yuzugen, its features are simply irreplaceable even here, what can I say when the mentor found out about my eye, and its features, in addition to helping in Tai and Ken and their study, he went into the astral plane for a long time. I was lucky that his own guards got him out of there, it didn't work at point-blank range. Then he said something vaguely similar to the words of Astaroth, they say, my mother, this is what it is. In general. I myself agree with him, however, I'm glad because one Choko Tomo Rinnegan is enough, and then there's the second one, Jujitsu. And together with the Yuzugen, in their combination, it's just fire, considering that they are just one of the elements of my fighting style, one of. Lately, I have been working more on tactics and combining my techniques and knowledge into a smooth line, so that in the future I can hone it in battle. And now, the first week has almost passed since I've been in the world of conscription for a year. By the way, Garudin had wanted to check what I had learned, and as he said, most likely, this is perhaps our last fight for the entire. Sparring does not count, however, as I understand it, there will be much less of them, he said. And in general, I was right, my schedule is broken, so I can forget about sparring, and there is almost nothing until I return, so I need to give my best. And so, on one of these days, we had this last battle. Well, Naruto, let's see what you've learned yourself. This fight will be all out, so don't hold back, but don't kill me either, he said with a grin. Although this was humor, still, if I disperse, I think in the immediate vicinity for a couple of tens of kilometers, for sure, there will be nothing left at all. And so, we stand opposite each other, 50 meters between us, only 3 lengths of his body, including his tail. But this is also enough to start the battle. He takes off. I decided to play according to the strategy, a big opponent, a big counter-opponent. Susanoo, my voice sounds when I create a humanoid Susanoo through the Rinnegan with Senjutsu. From this Garudinid was clearly in shock, however, he was collected as always. My Susanoo, at 25 meters, is one of the largest. Now, I am even taller than my mentor and look at him from within the shell. He is charged with Raiden and flies into his skeleton with lightning speed, while I lean back with the newly created sword, giving an additional point of support. My Susanoo can withstand it. Now it's my turn. Raising my sword and straining the avatar as much as possible, I hit him in a jump, throwing him into the rock, which has cracked. Having landed and created a shield, I prepare for a new attack, which follows without delay. Now, he flies into the shield. I hold him at an angle, moving towards him using an Yuzugen. Now, more and more clearly, his charge slides up the shield, along with him, and I, raising the shield, following this, intercepting the sword, charge it and strike. He blocks it with his paw, barely. Although the blow was not strong, this parry was difficult for him. Turning off the Yuzugen, I see how it flies further, only touching the shield and landing on its paws. A quick glance shows that he is wounded and not weakly. My chakra mixed with Sun clearly damaged his limbs. I already wanted to stop the fight, you never know, but he continued and even harder. Rising and concentrating an unimaginable amount of chakra, he prepares an attack. I understand that this is so, I can't cope, and concentrating on the weapon, I change its shape. By the way, this is probably also one of the features of the Rinnegan, perhaps only mine. After all, Susanoo always has 1 or 2 fixed artifacts, depending on a number of factors of the summoner himself. I, although indirectly, can use many of them, although this is problematic. And so, changing my weapon to a crossbow, I charge chakra in response. The dark sphere is covered with Raiden. It looks impressive. And so, he rushes towards me. I'm already thinking of dodging, but he releases this sphere like an arrow. I have no choice but to respond to this, and I launch mine. They collide, there is a struggle. In a matter of seconds, my arrow outweighs. Garudinid barely manages to leave the line. An explosion of colossal force occurs. The next few kilometers are clearly reduced to ashes. And to our mountain, only a couple of dozen. Such a wave will certainly be noticed, without options. Having dispelled Indra's crossbow and arrow, I looked around. Susanoo certainly protected me. But around there was just a huge crater. It's good that this is not my favorite training ground. And suddenly, I notice on the left, a huge clot of light green energy. The Susanoo had already been dispelled, so I just started close combat with the help of Jujitsu. Looking at my mentor, several things could be clearly said. First, he was badly beaten up. Second, he actually fought seriously, which means I need the same. Having decided on that, dodging his attack, I took out 2 kunai from the seal. Throwing one in pursuit and interrupting the action of the Yuzugen, I throw the second one after it. I'm transported to the first one, the second one is behind me, he sees me and with his wing charged with chakra he wants to punch me in flight, but then, I pass my kunai through me. He noticed this at the last moment, as well as the fact that I move towards him. I intercept the second one in the air, right behind him, and find myself on his back. I pierce his torso with it, leaving the kunai in it. I jump down, through a somersault, and hear a roar. Apparently, it's not very pleasant, although it doesn't hurt, but of course it's a conditional defeat. Having landed and completely saturated with lightning, it flies towards me. I don't feel the mark. However, it even burned it out, leaving only a piece of metal, I thought. Having quickly drawn up a plan in my head, I fold the seals and shout out. Great fiery destruction, and I blow out the greatest stream of blue fire. Garudinid flies into him, but I strain the Yuzugen in parallel again. And so, rewinding forward, I see him, and one feather, which flies out scorched along with him. At the same time, I activate the Rinnegan and concentrate. I see everything that the Yuzugen saw. And so, I change to this feather again, but now, I apply Jutsushiki with my hand on his back, disguising it as Raisinring, from a roundhouse, like, a few months ago. He is scorched and wounded again, he is driven into the crater, but does not succeed. Only, I jump away, he flies at me. I use intangibility, he flies through. As soon as this happens, I concentrate the strongest Raisinring and transfer myself. And I drive it into the ground as much as possible, now, a crater from almost a couple of 100 meters away. However, this is only what I managed to concentrate in a couple of seconds, and it was not in my plans to also destroy my beloved training ground, which I would definitely have hit, maybe even a rock. But now, by driving him into the ground and putting a string of seals until he could not move, I will paralyze him completely, even though it took a lot of strength. Still, with creatures of this scale, this is problematic. However, you need to train. And so, I'm standing over him. I don't even have shortness of breath, I'm actually completely unharmed, and he's almost dying. Are you giving up? I ask, standing next to his head and looking into his eyes. He was just silent, his eyes almost closed on their own, and his body, it's hard to call it that. Yes, you are worthy, student, he just croaked, spitting out a whole bunch of blood. I just calmed down and began to make seals, summoning clones and abruptly starting treatment. After a couple of hours, he was no longer near death and would obviously live. However, for a week for sure, there would be a problem with his basic functions. However, as he said, he put Rook in his place, it will be useful for him. By the way, I didn't mention it, but he also fell under that program, because even so, it looked like a complete madhouse. But what can you do? A month later. Almost a month has passed since these events, and here are the results themselves. During this time, I didn't learn anything particularly new, just pulling up or improving the old, and for some time I ate myself, Garudinid and his tribe. Sometimes, I had a strong feeling that he had clearly planned everything, even to get some cabbage soup in order to rest, pushing everything onto me and Rook. When asked a similar question, he was mysteriously silent, limping from one paw to the other. Well, let's not talk about this clown, let's talk about the weather. The main thing to start with is that I continued to practice the Tai and Ken style with clones, along with Yuzugen. By the way, about the latter, it is progressing more and more. Perhaps it is already not inferior to Mangekyo in terms of the level of reading and copying movements. However, I didn't have it, I can't say anything for sure. Regarding the vision of vital energy, for this too, I tried to allocate time, but especially, it was not enough yet. Everything will be in the future, apparently. The Rinnegan continued to improve, progress along the path of man finally continued. However, the other three almost caught up with him, soon they will all be at a fairly decent level. The weights have increased in weight again to 2,800 kilograms, soon it will be 3 tons, approximately as planned, albeit differently, but this way, much better. Chakra control, that's what I tried to pay more attention to, after all, not everything is perfect with it. And this gave its results, it became even better and clearer, as did the control of sun, but I am just honing the form, in general its mastering is over. The elements also gradually began to return to operation, the futon, this is how the Raiton generally caught up, everything went almost like clockwork. Hiration and Fuin, we only practiced residually, unfortunately, there was not enough time for them, what can I say, however, these are still excellent results. Susanoo hasn't shown much, hasn't achieved a new form yet. I hope this will happen soon, however, humanoid, close to ideal. According to Garudinid, by the middle of the month, he returned to normal, after all, he rested for too long, now everything is clear, but what can you do for him? Don't send him into a coma again. Regarding the experiments, literally the day before yesterday, they began to be completed, what can I say, the success rate this time is quite high, about 70, almost. And of the whole flock, about half completed this course, some of those who did not make it have become clearly stronger from the new training methods, although not much at all, this is long-term progress. In general, the picture is the most favorable, however, time does not stand still. And very soon, in a little more than a month, I will have to return back. Lately, I often pay attention to Susanoo. I would really like to master the final form, but it just doesn't work out, but still, it happened during one of the training sessions with Garudinid, which in itself was interesting. It was like this, basically, we honed everything I already knew and discussed tactics. Afterwards, I was just training, and he was watching and at that moment, once again straining his head over Susanoo and again being indignant about its development, I created it. It was a huge warrior, about 50 meters tall, if not more. With wings very similar to mine, in Sannin mode. I was able to hold this form for only a minute, but nevertheless, she submitted and this is a fact, now training. The mentor was clearly in shock, according to him, soon he will begin to feel like a small thing next to me, and not vice versa. We even laughed at this and decided to part ways, later discussing all the pressing issues, because soon it would be time to remove the last ones from the experiment. The next day, Rook found me training, which is surprising with Garudinid together, probably something important, since Garudinid is with him. Listen, and you never said when your birthday is, especially since you've been with us for more than a year, which means it's clearly already been, albeit by our standards. I didn't want to raise this topic, however, the essence is interesting, and for the first time I thought about this aspect of time, because it turns out that my sister is now the youngest. As far as I remember, time in the world of toads moves only a little slower than in general, I thought with a smile. It turns out I'm practically a year older than her now, I'll have something to tease her when we meet. I thought again, not without reason. However, this is clearly not an important topic, and glancing at Garudinid, I noticed that he was clearly not happy with his member of the pack. And he said something, that we have an important matter, and you are making a fuss here, if you don't understand, it's hard for our people there, and here you are suffering. Somewhere there, on the periphery, Rook wanted something, I had already forgotten about him, however, Garudinid soundly besieged him, remembering my story. However, this did not stop him from continuing to dig deeper, yet he knows practically nothing about me. Listen, Rook, I don't want to talk about this, just like my birthday, it's only important because my sister was born on this day, that's all, I snapped. He fell silent, apparently they don't do that here, because I don't understand something. Naruto, listen, forgive him, he doesn't know your story, because as I promised. I'm silent, but still he's right about something, by the way, we should go check on a couple of birds, they have problems appeared, he said while making arrangements at the beginning, he was trying to somehow formulate the thought, however, I understand him. That's why I respect him, that he always speaks to the point, and Rook sometimes even reminds me of my sister, the same fool. After all, even the situation is clearly not difficult, but he is worried about his own, otherwise he would have buried Rook right here, with his wings. I already know the mentor. I just smiled at my thoughts, drawing such an analogy, but quickly came to my senses. I already stood up silently, without answering anything, but Rook was clearly eager to find out. However, no one paid attention to him and his attempts. But nevertheless, you have become like one of our own, a member of our flock, therefore, we can say you are our family, because no matter what important day you have, at least it's worth celebrating once a year, with everyone, said Garudinid when I was next to him. This even made me think, after all, really, judging by the world, my sister's birthday is also just around the corner, there are a few months left, and I will definitely celebrate it. And in turn, this surprised me, however, he spoke only briefly and to the point. Even if it's not about this, there is another part of rationality, nevertheless, ties have meaning, but only those who are worthy, I finished, nodding to my thoughts. Otherwise, what would be the point, especially for me? It's not far from boredom and darkness to become Madara, because, well, he's in the bathhouse, I decided. Silently walking a couple more steps, I stopped, turning half a turn towards them. The 10th of October, this is our birthday and I won't celebrate mine, however, you know him, unlike him, but hers, you're right, although I didn't think about it, for a number of reasons, I will, for a number of reasons, I said vaguely, falling into tautology. And let's go, we have something to do, right? I asked, to which Garudinid only nodded. Already taking off, I was in mode, also slightly lost in thought, but quickly came out of my thoughts. However, there is one day, but more on that later, this is the day when they confessed to me. I think you're a mentor, you understand what they're talking about, I said, flying in a half-turn looking at him. He just nodded, smiling, and Rook was just as indignant, albeit silently. But that's all later, now, we have something to do, I snapped, concentrating on the path. He only smiled slightly, and Rook just snorted, all the most interesting things passed him by. A few days later, all the birds began to leave the experiment one by one, and I now had more time. Soon there will be only a month left, and then I will go back, but even so, I clearly will not forget this world, how and its inhabitants. As for training, everything is quite interesting, however, we'll talk about this in detail. Over the next period of time, the last month, everything developed quite smoothly. Susanoo, the final form, is weakly amenable, however, from this we can distinguish that I was already able to create weapons in it, but of course, there is room for improvement. Hiration, again received priority, however, it is not so far from the ideal, everything just depends on control and the range of use of the tag, and this is about time. Raisinring, in general, there was not very much time for it, and it was not required, however, even so, the speed and power created by it decreased and grew accordingly and equally. The weights have also grown, if everything works out, upon returning from the world it will already be 3 tons, so, if you remove it and kill it with one kick without chakra, it couldn't be simpler. But, let's move on to control. After Susanoo and Yuzugen, this was the third of all the main things that I trained recently, and it gave its results. Chakra control clearly could already compete with many Irenans, soon, even with Tsunade, but for now it's still early, very early. What about Yuzugen? Well, what can I say, Gyakuren, it was getting better and better, without similar consequences, which were the first time, it can be used up to 3 times in a row, but the 4th time, it will obviously be very problematic. I also trained the vision of vital energy, because in essence it is like a feature of the Byakugan, but completely different, which was logical. Of course, along with it, I trained and strengthened Tai and Ken, spending as much on them as other aspects allowed. He developed tactics and fighting styles, discussing and consolidating them with Garudinid, however, in a number of issues, here he was, to put it mildly, useless. However, Two heads are always better than one, especially in such matters. But we digress, there are only a few topics left: intangibility, elements and fuin. Unfortunately, the first two had little time, very little, just for repetition. But fuin, I tried to catch up, especially seals associated with sealing and blocks that could be built on this, well, healing fuin as well. Although in terms of Tsunade, many of its aspects look rather ambiguous, in front of her abilities, although according to rumors and comparisons, it will obviously not be correct, but the essence is somewhat similar. But there are also quite interesting techniques, even several such that, however, it's better to remain silent about this for now. It's not good to reveal all the trump cards. At approximately this pace, the last weeks passed in the world of conscription, and now, today, I am leaving this world, probably not forever. A lot of people gathered to see me off, those who took part in the experiments, their parents, and even the security guard who was rude to me at first. However, of course there were Rook and Garudinid, by the way, both became my personal call, so, everything is interesting here. Having gathered since yesterday, I stood at the foot of the cliff, looking at everyone gathered here. In general, especially some of them have become like family to me, nevertheless, at least somewhere there will be a place that I can call home. But, no matter how it is, the house is the place where she will be, and the rest is gainful, I thought the first thought, even hovering slightly. After all, very soon, perhaps, and I think, most likely, right today, I will see her again. How long I waited for this, however, for a very long time, more than a year, almost 15 months. I obviously smiled stupidly, because a wing fell on my head, covering me from everything in general, taking me out of my trance. Well, my student, even though you were here, not very long, but you yourself know, you did more for us than anyone else, and became one of the few of our summoners in general, he began freely and slowly, removing the wing from me. You will forever remain our best, and probably the strongest of the summoners, of course, unless someone new comes along, perhaps calling you father, he said with a grin on his face. I even imagined it for a second, becoming the same color as my hair. The clearing was filled with a loud squeak of laughter, as I mentioned earlier, not seagulls, but it looked like it. Oh, my ass, he's teasing me again, but, okay, this round is his. I thought, having really thought about it a little. But really, if she wants, then in the future, we could have children, I thought, almost withdrawing into myself, but I stopped in time. So, although this is all wonderful, we'll talk about that later, but now there's work to do, I finished. Okay, I took yours, pinned me, however, I have to go, I brought everyone out of the general laughter. You all, although not exactly, but many too, have become something like family to me, although I almost don't know how it is, however, I can say for sure and only one thing, I will always remember you, and if I can, I will visit, I said, and even one tear rolled down my cheek. However, even I myself did not expect this, the others, especially Garudinid and Rook, were also moved, but it's funny, if not the moment. I would have teased them. Listen, little one, although now I can't call you that, you'll get hurt and won't even notice, Rook began, turning to me. I remember everything in our acquaintance, albeit not very pleasant, he continued, rubbing his neck. But, no less colorful, and the time accompanying it was perhaps, the brightest of all, and you to me, became something like an older brother, from whom you can always get, because you, call and look in, he said, even shedding a tear. I just silently walked up and patted his belly, walking away and smiling. Someone else said goodbye to me, although it was nice, but somehow sad, and that's not the point. Having finished with everything and having received parting words, I finally said. You know, you're just not sad here, if I find out, I'll come back and annoy everyone, they've taken fashion, chewing snot, I said absolutely coldly. The expression on their faces was priceless. I couldn't stand it and laughed using the call. Hey, you, Rook began, but his words were lost in my actions. Have a good stay, hahaha. Summoning technique, I bit my finger, using reverse summoning, and going back to my world. The last thought that flashed through my head in those seconds was, heh, but now, everything will be divided into before and after. Let's see how strong I can eventually become. For her sake, with this thought, I completed the call. That's the end of the story.